consumption is less than the monthly production. Here, monthly production means the monthly generated electricity by the solar power system. In this case, the consumer gets paid by the electricity board for the excess energy consumption. On the other hand, when the monthly consumption exceeds the monthly production, the consumer must pay to the electricity board at the existing electricity tariff for the excess energy consumption. So, the objective of the study is to find a break-even point of a monthly usage of an electricity bill of a household consumer considering the net accounting solar power scheme. Why it is important to find a break-even point? Because if we know the profitable region of the monthly consumption, then we can get the maximum benefits from the solar energy. Now I will explain about the methodology of this study. The methodology consists of two phases. In the phase 1, cost and the revenue were identified for the two cases of the net accounting. Then, using the annuities, the present value of the cost function and the present value of the benefit function were developed for the both cases in the net accounting. In the second phase, for the both cases in the net accounting, compare the present value of the cost and the present value of the benefit, and finally the break-even points were found. Now let me talk about the limitations of the study. In this study, the monthly electricity usage of a household consumer is considered as constant. When we consider the solar power system, inverter and the solar panels are the main components that depends on the durability of the entire solar power system. Therefore, the warranty periods of the inverter and the solar panels are very important. In general, the warranty period for the most inverters is 10 to 12 years, and for the solar panels there is a 25-year warranty. Accordingly, for this study, the warranty periods for the inverter and the solar panels are considered to be 10 and 25 years respectively. In this study, the development of the equation is restricted to 10 years because the cost of the replacing the inverter is high. Also, the loan payback period is limited to 7 years as most of the banks in Sri Lanka offer a solar loan for 7 years. The results of the study is provided considering one of the solar power companies in Sri Lanka, and to calculate the present values, the minimum interest rate on the solar loans is used. Let's move to the development of the equations for the two cases of the net accounting. If the monthly consumption is less than the monthly production, then the consumer does not need to pay the monthly electricity bill. In this case, the consumer will be paid by the electricity board for the excess energy consumption. If we consider a month, the consumer gains the benefit from the monthly electricity bill as well as the excess energy consumption. Therefore, the present value of the benefit function can be defined as the summation of the present value of the benefit gained from the excess energy and the present value of the monthly electricity bill. Here, Bx means the present value of the benefit gained from the excess energy. When developing Bx, the depreciation rates of the solar panels within the second year and after the second year is considered. Also, the unit price for the payment of the electricity board for the first 7 years and after the 7 years is considered in this development of the equations. Now I will describe you how the present value of the cost has been developed. In this case, the consumer needs to pay only the monthly loan installment within the payback period. Here, the present value of the monthly loan installment equals to the initial cost of the solar power system. Therefore, the consumer needs to pay only the initial cost of the solar power system as the present value of the cost. Now, let's move to the second case of the net accounting. In this case, under the existing electricity tariff structure, the consumer receives the benefit from the solar energy and the consumer must pay for the excess energy consumption. So, for the simplicity, this payment for the excess energy consumption is taken as a negative benefit. Accordingly, the present value of the benefit can be defined as the difference between the present value of the monthly electricity bill for generated solar electricity and the present value of the monthly electricity bill for excess consumed electricity. Also, similar to the case 1, the consumer needs to pay the monthly loan installment up to the payback period. Therefore, the present value of the monthly loan installment, which equals to the initial cost of the solar power system, can be taken as the present value of the cost of this case also. Now let's turn to the analysis and the results of this study. As I mentioned in the limitations, the results are provided considering one of the solar power companies in Sri Lanka. In general, most solar power companies offer several types of solar power systems such as 1.6 kilowatt system, 2 kilowatt system, 2.5 kilowatt system and 3 kilowatt system depending on the consumer's choice and their monthly electricity usage. So for this study, the results are based on the 2.5 kilowatt solar power system that generates about 300 kilowatt hours per month. Also, the capital cost of this system is considered as 490,000 rupees. To find the monthly interest rate, use the minimum annual interest rate of 6.5% on solar loans. In this study, the depreciation rate of the solar panels within the second year and after the second year is taken as 2.5% and 0.6% respectively, and the unit price for the payment of the electricity board for the first 7 years is taken as 22 rupees, and the unit price for the payment of the electricity board for the 8 to 10 years is taken as 15 rupees 50 cents. Now let's move to the figures. In both figures, the present value of the cost function is indicated by the red line and the present value of the benefit function is indicated by the blue line. So in the case 1, the break-even point is identified as 242 units. As a result, the consumers who have a monthly consumption between 242 to 300 units can obtain benefits from the solar energy. Also, the maximum benefit can be obtained by the consumers who have an average monthly consumption of 300 units. In the second case, the break-even point is identified as approximately 358 kilowatt hours. As a result, the consumers who have a monthly consumption between 300 units to 358 units can obtain benefits from the solar energy. Also, the maximum benefit can be obtained by the consumers who have an average monthly consumption of 300 units. Now let's turn to the conclusion of the study. In my opinion, solar energy is profitable for some selected users. The net accounting solar power scheme is suitable for the household consumers with higher monthly consumption, and the two cases of the net accounting have proven that the household consumers who have a monthly consumption which equals to the monthly production will get the maximum benefits in 10 years. So, these are the references of this study. From the first two references, I got more information about the solar power schemes, and from the third reference, I got an idea about the concept of the break-even point. Finally, from the last reference, I got the idea about the domestic electricity tariff structure, which has been used to the development of the equations. This is the end of my presentation, and thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Now the presentation is open for any questions. So if you have any questions, you can press the hands up button in the right hand side of the participant list. So Professor Pallevatta, so you can ask your question.
Yes, my first question is actually why you have used the this net accounting system only, because most of the consumers are using the net metering system. So can you answer that?
Yeah, because I will consider the limitation as a limitation. Monthly electricity usage of a household consumer is constant. So, in net metering concept, the customer receives benefits from the solar energy when the monthly consumption exceeds the monthly production. In this case, the consumer does not get the financial benefits, so it credited towards the next month consumption. Here I considered constant monthly electricity bills. That's why I didn't consider the net metering concept.
Right, but with the net accounting system, if you, I think, if you go deeply into the system of uh, calculating the values, you will see that if you, even in the net accounting, if you import more electricity during the night time or so, uh, the, the the tariff application will be for the imported one separately and the exported one separately. Then the customer might not reap the benefits that you have calculated. Uh, did you check on that matter with the CEB?
I didn't deeply check with that.
Yeah, right. I think that is something that you should check, because if your import electricity import through the system is substantially higher, then you might have to pay for that on the present tariff system, and you will get the benefits from the exported electricity on the fixed tariff, that is 22 rupees uh, per kilowatt hour.
Yeah,
Okay. Yeah. uh, okay, thank you.
thank you.
So are there any more questions? So I have a general question. So you told that there are two methods, that is net accounting and net metering. When you compare those two methods, which method is more beneficial to the customer?
Yeah, according to my study, when the monthly consumption is greater than to the monthly production, in two solar power scheme, the similar case, the the difference is the net accounting is there is the customer does not receive the financial benefit. His ex, extra energy consumed, excess energy is exported to his next month, and the difference from the net accounting is the consumer receives the benefit from the financial benefit from the net accounting. So because of the limitations, I didn't consider the net metering concept. So I think it's better to use net accounting solar power scheme.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So if there are any more questions, you can raise your hand. Uh, I think we can allow for one more question since the time is limited. If there are no more questions, so we'll thank the speaker once again, and we'll move to the second presentation. The title of the second presentation is Modeling Monthly Mean Temperature in Colombo, Sri Lanka using Sarima model. The authors are D. Jeevana and T. Anutrika. So the presentation will be done by Ms. Jeevana.
Good morning. I'm Divina Dwarahan. I'm here to present modeling monthly mean temperature in Colombo, Sri Lanka using Sarima model. The contents of my presentation are listed here. Let us start with introduction. Climate change is the burning issue in the past decades that needs immediate attention. So that's why the more people focus on the climate change of the earth. Climate is a combination of different elements such as solar radiation, temperature, humidity, atmospheric pressure, and wind. Climatically, Sri Lanka is divided into two zones, namely dry zone and wet zone. And the location of the island of Sri Lanka is just above the equator, so that is the region we have highly average temperature. The average temperature in Sri Lanka is 27 degrees Celsius, and the range of average monthly temperature in Sri Lanka is 2 degrees Celsius. The average temperature of my study area, the Colombo, around 28 degrees Celsius, and the maximum temperature is 32.3 degrees Celsius. These are my literature reviews. The objective of my study is analyzing and modeling the monthly mean temperature in Colombo using time series model. Then predict the future temperature using the selected model. So these are my objectives. The data collection. The data were obtained from Colombo Meteorological Department, the period from January 2000 to December 2019. Next we'll see the methodology. So here we have used the box Jenkins method to model the monthly mean temperature. So this is a general form of the ARIMA model. So here SATI is the white noise. So white noise means identically independently random variable with mean 0 and variance sigma squared. And pi b is the autoregressive order of p, and theta b is the moving average operator of order q, and b is the backward shift operator, and d is the non-seasonal differencing. The seasonal ARIMA model is represent this form. So here this one is the autoregressive order of seasonal component, and this one is the moving average order of the seasonal component, and WT is defined in this form. So here the capital D is the seasonal different, S is the seasonal period. Here we have used the box-Jenkins method to model the monthly mean temperature. The box-Jenkins method has 3 steps. The first step is the model identification. So here in the model identification, first we have to check the stationarity, then identify the potential models from the autocorrelation and partial autocorrelation plot. The second step is estimation and testing. So in the estimation, so here we estimate the parameters using the least square method or maximum likelihood method, and select the best model using suitable criteria. The second one is the diagnostic checking. So here we check 2 things. First we have to check the autocorrelation and partial autocorrelation of residuals. Then we have to check the residuals follows white noise or not. So if the residual follows white noise, then we can use this model to forecast. The final step is the forecasting, to predict the future behavior of temperature. So as I told earlier, here we have used some criteria to select the best model. So these are Ahaki information criteria, root mean square error, mean absolute percentage error, and mean absolute error. So these are criteria we have used to identify the best model. So this is the time series plot of monthly mean temperature. So when we see this plot, here we have no trend, but the periodic fluctuations are there. The periodic fluctuation means the same pattern repeats over time period. So the autocorrelation plot also confirms the variance is constant and in a seasonal pattern. So here clearly we can identify seasonal effect is here. So to remove the seasonal effect, we have to take the seasonal difference. So this is the time series plot after the seasonal difference. So now this plot looks like stationary. So mean and variance constant, and we can identify any seasonal pattern. So we can use this autocorrelation and partial autocorrelation plot to determine the seasonal and non-seasonal order of autoregressive and moving average component of the model. So from the partial autocorrelation plot we can determine the autoregressive order, and from the autocorrelation plot we can determine the moving average order. So further we have performed the ADF test to check the stationarity. So in this test the p-value is less than 0.05, so we can reject the null hypothesis, so the data is stationary. The previous autocorrelation and partial autocorrelation plot we have identified these tentative models, then compared with the ASC and MSC values. So here the second model having lowest ASC and lowest MSC, so it is most appropriate for forecast. So then we compare the forecast accuracy measures, so for the best 3 selected models. So here also the SARIMA 101011 having lowest RMSC, MAE and MAP values. So it is the best fit model to predict the monthly mean temperature. So the SARIMA 101011 is the best fitted model. So now we identify the best fitted model. So then we have to check the model adequacy. So here this is the time series plot of residuals. So here all the residuals between -3 and +3. So we can say the residual series is white noise. And the autocorrelation and partial autocorrelation of residual also, the all spikes are inside the confidence interval. So we can confirm the residual series is the white noise. So here in the normal probability plots, all the residuals are near to the straight line. So the residual series is approximately normal distribution. So in addition to this, we have performed the L-Young box test. So in this test, the null hypothesis error term follows white noise. The alternative is error term does not follow white noise. So here for all x the p-values are greater than 0.05. So we can't reject the null hypothesis. So residual follows white noise. Now we identify the model and also check the model adequacy. So next we have to estimate the parameters. So we have used the least square method to estimate the parameters. So these are the estimated values and these are the corresponding p-values. So p-values are here less than 0.05, so parameters are significant, then we can include into our model. So this is the equation for the best fitted model, SARIMA 101011. Then we compare the actual, fitted and forecasted values to assess the accuracy of the forecasted values. See this plot here, the error between actual and forecasted values are minimal, so we can use this model for the future use. These are the forecasted values with 95% confidence interval. So we can conclude we have used the box-in methodology to develop a time series model for monthly mean temperature in Colombo, and we selected SARIMA 101011 as the best model with lowest ASC, RMSC, MAE and MAPE values. Then diagnostic analysis revealed that the model is adequate. So we use the identified model to predict the monthly mean temperature. So using the best model we have done the prediction for 2020. So these are my references. So thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Now the presentation is open for any questions. So the presenter, if you have the facility to switch on your camera, better if you switch on the camera when you're answering. I have one question. So when you collect data, from how many places in Colombo you uh, collected the data?
So I have considered the Colombo district.
Colombo district.
Yes.
Okay. So from how many places normally you got those data in district? Or,
Within district, the Colombo district only have
yeah.
considered.
So you took the mean, no, to calculate the mean. So from several places you have collected the data, no? Not only from particular one place.
Or all places. The within Colombo district, we consider all places. The Colombo district, I have only considered the district Colombo.
Yeah. So are there any more questions? So is it possible to apply this model even to calculate the mean temperature of a country? Can you expand that even to a country like Sri
Uh,
Lanka, collecting
yeah,
data from all over the places?
yes, but I have considered only Colombo that
Yeah.
my accuracy of the forecaster value that I mentioned in the plot. So here that minimum the error is between actual and forecaster value is the minimum values. So you can consider. I'm not.
Okay. Thank you very much
Thank
for the
you.
presentation.
Thanks.
Uh, so we'll move to the third presentation for today. The third one, the title of the third presentation is Modeling COVID-19 Cases in Sri Lanka Using ARIMA Model. The authors of this paper are AMCH Attanayaka and SSN Pereira. Ms. Attanayaka will present the paper.
Good morning. I am going to present findings related to the title Modeling COVID-19 Cases in Sri Lanka using ARIMA Models. Good morning. I am going to present findings related to the title Modeling is a pandemic which is initiated in Wuhan protected area of the affected countries with the COVID-19 in the world. Currently, around 50 million cases and 1.3 million deaths reported from the COVID-19 in the world. Let's move on to the spread of the COVID-19 in Sri Lanka. You all know that we are during the second wave of the epidemic. The first wave initiated in March 2020, 11th of March, and the first wave initiated in October, and all the 25 districts currently affected with the COVID-19, and therefore it is a huge problem, huge threat for us. And modeling of the disease will helpful to understand the behavioral patterns of the disease and hence to identify the control mechanisms. Here my objective is to model and predict the daily cumulative COVID-19 cases in Sri Lanka. The significance of the study is COVID-19 is a life-threatening and there is no exact cure for the disease. Therefore, it is important to understand and find the controlling strategies for the disease. Therefore, we can use our objective on this regard. And I have used ARIMA modeling approach as the methodology. ARIMA is the autoregressive integrated moving average approach, and it is one of the commonly and widely used univariate time series modeling approaches, and it is suitable for short-term predictions. The data I have used for the study consists with daily cumulative COVID-19 cases in Sri Lanka from 11th of March to 10th of June. From that 11th of March to 1st of June data I have used for the model development, and rest of the data for the model validation. When we move on to the results, you can see the time series plot of the COVID-19 cases in Sri Lanka in figure 1. There is an upward trend in the latter part of the series. To apply the ARIMA model, the series should be a stationary one. To check that, I have used autocorrelation function of the series. You can see the figure 2. In figure 2, autocorrelation function of the original series. You can see the pattern is like a non-stationary series, and it is confirmed by the PP test, KPSS test, and the ADF test, augmented Dickey-Fuller test, that there is a non-stationarity in the original series. And to overcome that, I have used the differencing method. You can see the autocorrelation function of the first difference series in figure 3. You can see the problem is partially solved, but the PP test, KPSS test, and ADF test confirmed that there is a non-stationary in the first difference series. Therefore, I further applied the differencing method. You can see in figure 4 and figure 5, autocorrelation function and the partial autocorrelation function of the second difference series. You can see the corresponding ADF test results. The p-value is 0.01, KPSS test p-value is 0.1, and PP test p-value is 0.01. Therefore, all the three tests confirmed that there is a stationarity in the second difference series. By changing various parameters for autoregressive and moving average components of the ARIMA model, various models can be tested, and the model which has the minimum AIC, BIC measures can be selected as the best model. Here you can see the summary measures of the sum of the fitted models. You can see the ARIMA 222 model is the best one for the data period, which has the minimum AIC and BIC values. In order to check the assumptions of the model, you can see in figure 6 the residual analysis. The normality assumption is satisfied, and also L-Jung box test, the p-value is 0.41, and the Arch-LM test, p-value is 0.31, and the box L-Jung test on scared residuals, p-value is 0.1. Therefore, there is no autocorrelation in the residuals, and there is no heterozygosity in the residuals. Therefore, all the assumptions are satisfied. Then we can validate the model using validation test. The actual and fitted values obtained for the validation test, validation set, and you can see the mean absolute percentage error is recorded as 1.86%. According to the CD Lewis, if the MAPE value of a model is less than 10%, it has a high accurate forecasting. Therefore, the selected ARIMA 222 model has a high accurate forecasting power, and you can see the forecasted values of the model in figure 7. And the conclusion of the study is the best model selected for the COVID-19 cases in Sri Lanka is ARIMA 222 model, and this model is for the data period from March to June, and availability of an effective prediction model will helpful in anticipating the cases and also to can be used to make timely actions on controlling the COVID-19. And the limitation is unexpected recordings cannot be modeled and predicted by the fitted models. And uncertainties limit the effectiveness of a model, especially in an epidemic like novel coronavirus. We know that there may be sudden increases due to important cases, and we can identify sudden clusters. Therefore, such unexpected recordings cannot be modeled. And here are some of the references I have used. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now the paper is open for questions. So if you have any questions, you can raise the hand by pressing the button in the bottom of the participant box. So when we compare the previous presentation and this one, both have used the same method, no?
Yes, in that model, she had fit Sarima model.
Sharima model, yes.
And that means seasonal autoregressive model. In here, I have used only the ARIMA model.
Sharima model, yes.
Because there is no seasonal variation in the data.
So with that, the model that you have developed, can we predict for this present situation, which we experience
No,
during the...
we have to fit it again. The fitted model is suitable for the only the short. The ARIMA model is suitable for only the short-term predictions, and I have developed the model only for the March to June data. If we want current data, we have to fit it again using current data.
Yes, we have to get the current data and fit for those data, no? Right.
Yeah.
So are there any more questions? So if there are no any more questions, we thank the presenter once again, and we'll move to the next presentation. The next presentation is investigation of the possibility to prevent brown color formation in groundwater using biomaterial. The authors are RPC Iroshani, M. Taparan, and MDJ Saparamadu. Ms. Hiroshini will present the paper.
Good morning all of you. I am Charita Hirosini. My research is investigation of the possibility to prevent brown color formation in groundwater using biomaterial. Now I am going to introduce my research. Water. Water is essential for life. This research was done for water in Chavakacheri area in Jaffna. Groundwater is the main resource of water in Chavakacheri area. There are no perennial rivers or surface drainage systems. There are two types of wells. Shallow wells, they are agro wells and duck wells. Deep wells, actually they are tube wells. These are the problems studied in my research. Unpleasant metallic odor, taste and reddish brown coloration in water have been observed in some shallow wells and tube wells, but not in all. When clear water was drawn out from tube wells, the color was developed with time. However, when shallow wells deepen, no brown coloration in water. Therefore, people use bottled water for drinking. It has created an economic problem. Possible reasons for brown coloration. can be either chemical or biological. Under chemical sources, it can be divided into further two categories. However, this research was limited to the possible inorganic substances, iron and manganese mainly. There are some environmental factors: soil composition, climatic conditions. They are temperature, humidity and rainfall pattern. Conditions of the well, depth, width and surrounding situations in wells, pH and dissolved oxygen affects the composition of inorganic substances in water. These are some of the methods of purifying water: ion exchange water softeners, oxidizing filters, aeration followed by filtration, chemical oxidation followed by filtration, raising pH and particle filtration, electrocoagulation, phosphate treatment and biosorption. Out of these, biosorption is the most emerging water purification method nowadays, and it is a method we are using in this research. Now I am going to explain about what is the biosorption. Biosorption is removal of substances from solution by non-living biomaterials. Biosolvents are biomaterials which are used to absorb contaminants. Biosorption have several advantages: low cost, high efficiency, simple, sustainable. Biosolvents can easily regenerate, practical applicability, and rapid and environment friendly. There are two main objectives in this research: to investigate the possibility of using biosorption to prevent coloration of water and to optimize biosorption ability. Methodology: 7 colored and 5 non-colored water samples were collected in Chavakacheri area during the dry season. Physical parameters: pH, electrical conductivity, turbidity, total alkalinity, COD and dissolved oxygen determined using standard methods. Water sample analyzed qualitatively and quantitatively for chloride, sulfate and total iron. In pH study, the maximum concentration of ferrous and ferric was identified that do not develop color with varying pH. We have been prepared two biosolvents: one charcoal of coconut shell and particle diameter less than 600 micrometer, second one charcoal of rice husk with particle size less than 212 micrometer. Then preliminary investigation was carried out on removal of color. Then optimization of the weight had been carried out with different weights of biosolvents, and optimization of equilibration time had been carried out with optimal weight of biosolvents for different time periods. We observed that the color was developed after some time. So, in order to prevent formation of the color, we want to see whether these biosolvents could be applied to prevent the formation of color. Therefore, preliminary investigation was carried out at pH 4. The solutions were prepared without the color in the lab. And finally, findings were applied to natural tube well water before forming the color. Then we can go to the results and discussion. In colored water, electrical conductivity, turbidity and total alkalinity were higher than the recommended value. In non-colored water, electrical conductivity and total alkalinity were higher than the recommended value. In non-colored water, dissolved oxygen was higher than the colored water. According to the qualitative and quantitative results, there is ferric and chloride in the precipitate. With these results, we can conclude that the precipitate was having ferric. Therefore, we can conclude that the color formation cation is ferric. Identification of the maximum concentration of ferrous and ferric which do not form color at different pH. When the concentration was more than 4 ppm, both ferric and ferrous solutions showed coloration. In the results of preliminary investigation, both biosolvents were showed more than 88% reduction of total iron. And I want to tell you, all the time we did all the experiments for ferrous and ferric ions separately. But we are reporting it as total iron because at any time they can undergo oxidation or the reduction. Both biosolvents showed more than 93% of reduction with 0.025 gram of weight. This was done with optimized weight. So, within 1 minute of time, both biosolvents showed more than 93% reduction and beyond the 1 minute it remained the same. Here are the results of prevention of color formation. Preliminary investigation was done at pH 4 for iron solution prepared in the lab. This low percentage of reduction may be due to the competition by H plus ions. When we applied findings to natural tube well water, we observed high percentage of reduction. We kept it for 24 hours and we did not observe any leaching of ions back to the solution from the biosolvents. These are my research conclusions. Ferrous is oxidized by dissolved oxygen to ferric. Brown coloration is due to the presence of ferric. When ferric is less than 2 ppm and ferrous is less than 4 ppm, no coloration was observed at all pH levels. Both charcoals of coconut shell and rice husk can be used as biosolvents for removing more than 78% of iron from water of the area studied. Further studies are needed to carry out to apply the findings to different water compositions. These are my references. I would like to thank all those who helped me. Thank you for
Thank you very much for your presentation. And now it's open for any questions. So if you have any questions, you can raise your hand. So I have one question so you have done this for water that is in Jaffna Peninsula. So normally we know in Jaffna the water is more basic than the other parts. So do this thing happen because of the basicity of the water? So you can unmute your mic, I think. We cannot hear you. It's still muted. Click on the mic, then it will be unmuted. Click on the mic which is on the bottom of the. Okay, now okay, right. So do you think this happened because of the calcium hydroxide or other thing that is present in the water in Jaffna? No. We cannot hear you. I don't know.
Uh, yes, Dr. Susira,
Yeah.
can I answer since I think signal strength is
No,
not that
no.
much?
Oh, okay.
Okay, actually, Dr. Susira, now, yes, the basicity contributes hydroxides usually,
Yeah.
but now the iron is the reason to give the color, but we have
Yeah.
not, we are suspecting that it's ferric hydroxide, but
Okay.
we have not confirmed that
Okay.
it's the ferric hydroxide only. There can be much more. There can be, I mean, if we not FeOH thrice, maybe in different forms, but for sure, ferric. The possibility of the influence of basic media is very much there, but we have not confirmed it.
Right. Thank you very much. And the other thing that I have is when you compare this coconut shell charcoal and rice husk charcoal, so the rice husk one is better than the coconut shell charcoal, or which is better?
Actually, both of them gave almost the same. It is slightly the rice hull charcoal is slightly better, but it's not significant.
Okay.
No significant difference between the
Difference between two.
two charcoals.
Okay. Thank you very much.
I have a very fundamental question.
Okay.
Actually, charcoal is the universal adsorbent. Whether you make it from coconut shell or paddy husk or pulp or whatever. So we call it biochar. What is fundamentally new about this process? I'm asking the presenter because this is well known. There is nothing magic about this. What is the novelty of this work?
The thing is that now it's true, but now we started, if you compare with the activated charcoal, it is the charcoal produced artificially by you have to process, and there is a particle size for the activated charcoal which you can get commercially. But this is something that is available in the area. Maybe the other charcoals that you get from the other sources also giving the same thing, but people have not tried it. Although it is available, people have not tried it. And the thing is this, usually after formation of the color only people use the charcoal, but our main thing was to see whether it's possible to reduce iron in whatever form before forming the color. So that's the difference. I think I don't know whether it's explained well. Is it okay? I
That's
mean,
a,
do you have
no, no,
Are you,
I
anything
s-
more?
so are you satisfied with the
I
answer,
think
Professor Siddhi?
no. I mean, something you to present. I suppose that I asked the fundamental question whether she has compared it with the normal commercially available activated charcoal, whether the size matters, in more than me. It's the size that matters in terms of absorption. So I don't think there is any hard evidence for that, Yeah. So it's okay. Student
Can I,
presentation.
can I ask one question?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's because of, I think, because of the discussion, because out of curiosity, I am not in the chemical area, but out of curiosity, based on the discussion, I want to know whether all the charcoals have the same characteristic, irrespective of the source. Maybe agriculture products or other sources, whether final product has the same properties scientifically.
Uh, the thing is this, Kati, almost according to the literature all have some sort of absorption capacity. That's true. But it can be different from the source, depending on the, how do you say, surface of the particle. That can be, I mean, the significance, the comparing the charcoals, of course, they are in literature. It had done for other things, and sometimes you get a significant difference also. But we didn't do it for this research. And also, I mean, comparing it with activated charcoal is, I mean, of no use because people have to buy. So doing it manually, and so that it will be easy for them to use was one of the things. But for your question, yes, there is a difference.
There are
But
difference, right?
all
Yeah.
difference is there, but all give some sort of absorption is possible for all types of charcoal. And at the same time, you have to see whether it leaches something back. That's also very important.
Thank you, Janaki. Yes.
Yeah, I think for adding further to his answer to his question, actually there's a lot of work done on biochars, and they found that the way you make biochar affects the efficiency of absorption.
Okay.
There's a lot of review articles on the entire gamut of work done using biochars. So yes, it not only depends on the type and the particle size, it also depends on the way you make them. So yes,
Yeah, I
there are
thought
a lot of
sometime.
variation.
Yeah, I think Professor Siddhi can clarify it. I thought sometime, it also, the constituent may vary, some other, at the end product, there may
When you
be,
burn it at a higher temperature like that,
then evaporation take place. Okay.
it is the way you make them, whether you do it at once, rapid, or whether you do it gradually, those things matter.
Okay.
Can I ask a question? I'm Jessica
Yes,
here.
yeah.
Very simple question. Are people in Jaffna using charcoal for this?
Actually,
At the moment?
no, at the moment they are not. That's why we are still the problem is there. At the moment they are not. So once we once we do it with the further studies, we will. We want to make it public, and we want the people to use this.
How are you proposing? Like maybe if you succeed, like the water you drink, you treat or what? Where? Because I have visited Jaffna only once actually in 2010, and I saw the problem because it's because the toilets and all that are brown sometimes, right? So that's just a simple thing.
Yes.
So like the drinking water also has this. Is it? No, I have never seen that.
No,
Yes,
drinking
I
water
think
in
you
the
are correct.
sense.
Yeah, she is correct because I am from Jaffna. So I think, yes, drinking water, most of the people use the well water. Yes.
Yes,
Right.
I think for drinking water, of course, if you are going to use this, I think after the treatment, again, you have to test it, analyze the whole thing for drinking water parameters, and then ask them to use it. But of course, people are finding this problem in washing as well. So
Yeah.
definitely with these findings, we can ask them to use it with washing. But for drinking, there are other limitations. So you have to test it again and then advise them to do so.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, right. So we'll stop there. I think that due to the time constraint. And thank you once again for the presentation. And we'll move to the next presentation. The title of this last presentation is Identification of the Most Favorable Binding Sites of PKM2 Enzyme for Arsenic 3 QMMM and MD studies. The authors are GMPR Paligaspe, S. Veerasinghe, D. Disanayaka, and R2020. Ms. Parigaspe will present the paper.
Good morning, all of you. My presentation is on the topic Identification of the most favorable binding site of PKM2 enzyme for arsenic 3 plus ion, quantum mechanics, molecular mechanics, and molecular dynamics studies. Here are the investigators, and I am GMPR Paligaspe. My presentation is based on these topics: an introduction with experimental findings of previous work, research problem and objectives of the study, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion and future work, references, and finally the acknowledgement. Moving to the introduction, first let's consider the enzyme that I am studying. Pyruvate kinase M2, which is abbreviated as PKM2, is a glycolytic enzyme. This enzyme consists of 518 amino acid residues and 4 cofactors. These cofactors are magnesium 2+, potassium+, oxalate, and FBP, which is fructose 1,6-bisphosphate. Among these cofactors, magnesium 2+, potassium+, and oxalate are located in the active site of the enzyme, while FBP is located in an allosteric site of the enzyme acting as an allosteric activator. This pyruvate kinase M2 enzyme is expressed in tissues such as brain and liver. This diagram here shows a monomer of the enzyme. It contains 4 domains: domain A, domain B, domain C, and domain N. The active site or the phosphoenol pyruvate binding site is located in between domains A and B, and the FBP binding site is located in domain C. The PKM2 enzyme catalyzes the final step in glycolysis process, which is the conversion of phosphoenol pyruvate to pyruvate with the production of ATP. Another important factor on PKM2 enzyme is that it is highly expressed in tumor cells. Therefore, this can be used as a prognostic marker for the early detection of some cancer diseases. Talking about the findings of previous experimental works, experimentalists suggest that binding of arsenic takes place through cysteine residues, and they have identified PKM2 as an arsenic binding protein. Some researchers suggest that binding of arsenic inhibits PKM2 activity, while some suggest that there is no effect on PKM2 activity. So our problem is the lack of computation and experimental findings on binding of arsenic with PKM2 and the exact mechanism of action of arsenic with the enzyme. Therefore, our objectives of this study is to theoretically identify the most favorable binding site of the enzyme for arsenic 3 plus ion, and to identify the impact of arsenic 3 plus accumulation on PKM2, and to study the mechanism of action of arsenic 3 plus on PKM2. And in this part of our work, we have mainly focused to identify the most favorable binding site of the enzyme for arsenic 3 plus. Moving to the methodology, these are the main steps that I followed. First, I downloaded the structure of the enzyme from the protein data bank. The PDB ID of the enzyme I used was 3BJF. Then I identified the possible cavities of the enzyme using CavityPlus server. Next, performed molecular dynamic simulations and then calculated binding energy of arsenic with the PKM2 enzyme. For the molecular dynamic simulations, I generated the simulation box such that the distance between the edge of the box and the enzyme is 1.2 nanometers. Then I solvated the box with SPCE water molecules. Next, I carried out energy minimizations followed by equilibration for 100 picoseconds for the simulation system. Then, using the Kirkwood-Buff force field, I performed molecular dynamic simulation for 100 nanoseconds for a system where arsenic ion is in the active site of the enzyme. For the calculation of binding energy of arsenic with each cavity, I performed onium two-layer calculations using Gaussian software. For this, I used a system that was equilibrated up to 100 picoseconds. There I placed arsenic ion in 5 random positions in a cavity separately and calculated binding energies for each portion of arsenic ion in a cavity. For the high layer atoms, I selected DFT method with 631GD basis set, while molecular mechanics for the low layer atoms. This diagram explains how the high layer and low layer atoms are selected. First, selected the arsenic ion and then chose the atoms which are very close to um, arsenic ion in the enzyme for the QM region or the high layer. Then the rest of the atoms I selected for the MM region or the low layer. And then, using the final structure of the 100 nanosecond simulation, I calculated the binding energy between arsenic ion and the active site. Next, I identified the secondary structure for the enzyme using the stride server. Talking about the results, the cavity plus server identifies 20 possible cavities for the enzyme. This diagram shows the cavities identified by the server and represented by the surface molecular representation with different colors. By doing a literature survey, I identified the active site residues in the enzyme, and this table lists all the residues found in the active site. By studying the amino acid residues found in each cavity, we have identified that cavity 2 contains all these amino acid residues in the active site. Therefore, we can say that cavity 2 contains the active site. These two tables give binding energies of the 20 cavities of the enzyme. Here you can see that only cavity number 1 and 2 give negative values for binding energy, while rest of the cavities give a large positive value for the binding energy. Therefore, we can suggest that there can be a possibility of arsenic to bind with any of these two cavities in the enzyme. And we got another negative value for the binding energy between arsenic ion and the active site, that is minus 6826.3 kilojoules per mole. By comparing these three negative binding energies, we can suggest that there's a high tendency of arsenic to bind with the active site of the enzyme, next with the cavity 2, and finally with the cavity number 1. These are the results of stride server. Here I have considered the secondary structure of the residues only in the cavity 1, cavity 2 and in active site. Here green color represents beta strands, red represents alpha helix, yellow turn and coil, and blue for 310 helix. By considering beta strands and alpha helix that supports for the stability of an enzyme, in these three cases we can suggest that active site has more stability than cavity 2 and cavity 1, while cavity 1 has the least stability with no alpha helix and beta strands. Moving to conclusion of the study, we can say that binding of arsenic ion with pyruvate kinase M2 enzyme is possible because of negative binding energies we obtain, and that binding takes place in the active site of the enzyme. That was confirmed by studying the stability of secondary structures. Considering future works, we have planned to perform molecular dynamic simulations for the PKM2 enzyme without arsenic 3 plus ion for 100 nanoseconds to study conformational changes and stability variations of the enzyme with and without arsenic 3 plus ion, and to do analysis of root mean square deviation, radius of gyration, and root mean square fluctuations using simulation trajectories of the systems to study the conformational changes of the enzyme, and to do further secondary structure analysis using Ramachandran plot. These are my references, and the World Bank and the head operation are greatly acknowledged for providing funds for this study. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. And now it is open for any questions. So do you have any idea why you got positive values for this binding energy in your calculations?
Actually, those cavities, most of the cavities are far away from the active site, and I thought that because of that, there cannot be an effect with those residues in those cavities for the active site residues. Cavity 1 and cavity 2 are the residues which are most closer to the active site residues.
Okay, right. Thank you. Are there any more questions?
Was your study actually prompted by the fact that arsenic can have a toxic effect? Or because what is the criteria for selection of arsenic? Or and therefore, would it be different for any other metal ion if you had done so? Just a thought, you know. Why do you think that you wanted to do arsenic?
Actually, I selected arsenic because, as in the my objective session, objectives, I mentioned that research problem section. I mentioned that experimentalists have suggest different ideas that arsenic can inhibit the activity of the enzyme, and also that there is no effect. So, since this enzyme can cause cancer diseases, I selected what happens when arsenic accumulate in the enzyme, what happens to the activity, to check whether the activity of that enzyme. And also we can do future works, but by selecting different metal ions to check whether what happens with those metal ions also. And there are some future works in here to check whether the stability of the enzyme what to check whether what happens with the stability of the enzyme when arsenic binds. They are studying the future works.
Okay.
So are there any more questions? So since there are no more questions, we thank the presenter once again. And we have reached to the end of this session. So I would like to thank all the presenters once again, and also to the participant who have provided very constructive ideas, encouraging our researchers. And thank you very much for all of you. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm Dr. Ruandika Pereira, the team convener of Education Open University Research Sessions Hours 2020. So I welcome you all to the Hours 2020 Education Session 2. So today for this session, we are having 8 presenters. Then let me introduce our session chair for this session, Professor Mrs. S.P. Karunanayaka, Dean, Faculty of Education, the Open University of Sri Lanka. So, Madam, I would like you to invite to commence the session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Rwandi, Dr. Roendi Pereira. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this session on education. This is day 2 of ours happening virtually. So I'm happy that a large number of audience is here, and as well as we have quite a number of presentations. So before we start, I would like to briefly mention the guidelines. For each presenter, we have 15 minutes altogether. That is 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for the question and answers. We have to limit that very strictly. So we might have only time for 1 or 2 questions. If you have a question, you may raise your hand using the raise hand button at the bottom of the participants list, and then the presenter can answer. And I would also like to ask the others to have their videos off, so that we won't have any technical issues, the connectivity issues, but the presenter can have it on. So shall we start then? Okay. So the first, let me just share the presenters list. Okay, so it seems I can't share anyway. Okay, the first presentation is paper ID 69. But it will be done by, it's Dr. F.M. Nasdeen, S.K. Pereira, and Mr. I. Nazir, and it will be presented by Mr. Nazir. The topic is remote learning in the time of COVID-19 pandemic, perspectives of Sri Lankan Tamil medium secondary school students. Mr. Nazir, the presenter, is from Madina National School, Siambala Gaskoto. Okay, so over to you, Mr. Nazir, for the presentation.
Hi, good morning everyone. I am Ikram. On behalf of our team, I am going to present our presentation on the topic Remote Learning in the Time of COVID-19 Pandemic, Perspectives of Sri Lankan Tamil Medium Secondary School. This is the outline of our presentation. After the WHO declared COVID-19 as a global pandemic in early March 2020, around 107 countries took measures to close schools so as to mitigate the spread of the disease. However, by May 2020, the pandemic had severely affected the formal education of 1,186 million students from 144 countries. Therefore, the Director General of UNESCO opined that the closure of school could be a threat to the right to education. In this backdrop, many countries adopted alternative ways of teaching and learning with the help of educational technology through remote learning. According to Top Heart, the term remote learning refers to learning where the student and teacher or the information source are not physically present in a traditional classroom environment. Various governmental and non-governmental entities in Sri Lanka also started adopting remote learning practices under these circumstances. These remote learning activities mostly rely on the use of internet and modern electronic devices such as smartphones, tablets, and computers. This has resulted in an abrupt upsurge of internet usage in a country where 60% of households with school-age children have no access to internet, according to Education Forum report. Therefore, it would be of interest to study Sri Lankan school students' experience in participating in remote learning activities at their disposal. Several studies have been conducted on the availability of digital devices and services as well as readiness of learners to engage in remote learning, especially in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. In their study on e-learning opportunities in the Asian Global South, Zainuddin and Amar Singh report that 52% of households with children don't have a smartphone or computer in their home. 66% of Sri Lankan households with school-age children have no access to internet. 78% of households have mobile phone while 12% households have a computer or laptop. Dissemination of remote learning activities through the internet could reach only 34% of the household. However, this percentage is higher than that reported from other South Asian countries. Zainuddin and Amar Singh also report that affordability of data is a major obstacle to internet access among low income earners. According to the Department of Census and Statistics in Sri Lanka, Computer Literacy Statistics 2019, digital literacy among those between the age 5 to 69 was about 44%, while computer literacy was 30%. The survey conducted by Top Heart on 3,000 plus college and university students in the US and Canada revealed that over 85% students still prefer learning with their peers as opposed to learning as stand-alone learners. 84% students have expressed willingness to return to face-to-face session at school. Many students demand an improved online learning experience blended with more face-to-face session with other students as well as improved connection with and support from faculty and administration. Studies have also been conducted on the effect of remote learning on learners. In their study on e-learning in an Indian college during the COVID-19 pandemic, Gohia and Gohia found that remote learning activities were highly beneficial to students during the pandemic. However, they also state that internet-based remote learning activities have their negative consequences as well. According to a study by Jung and his team on the effect of smartphone usage on positive and respiratory function, the prolonged use of smartphones had a negative effect on children's positive and respiratory system. Gervas and Magaya also report that prolonged use of smartphone negatively affect students' academic performance. Having surveyed literature on the effect of remote learning during the COVID-19 pandemic, we were interested in studying aspects of the emergence of remote learning in the Sri Lankan school context. The objectives of our study were to assess the awareness among Sri Lankan school students about remote learning resources and activities available to them, to assess the facilities available to them at home to engage in remote learning, to find out students' perception toward remote learning, to identify the challenges and issues faced by school students when engaging in remote learning. This study was conducted as a survey with 250 Tamil medium secondary school students from different parts of Sri Lanka responding to a 40-item questionnaire as a Google form. The respondents were reached through snowball sampling technique. The data were analyzed using SPSS version 22 to produce results in the form of mean, standard deviation, and percentages. As depicted in this table, in terms of the district of their residence, 28% of the respondents were from Putlam, 26 from Kalambu, 8.4 from Kurnagala, 8 from Ampara, and 5.2 from Kandy. In terms of gender, 37% were boys and 62 were girls. 60% of the respondents were studying in A-level classes and 24 in O-level classes. In addition to this, 25% of the respondents' parents were self-employed, 19 were in the teaching profession, and 20 were daily paid laborers. It is also noteworthy that 5.6% of the parents were unemployed. When we discuss awareness of students about remote learning activities, 91% of the students were aware of various remote learning activities available to them during the close of school in the pandemic period. They have been made aware of remote learning activities through social media 54%, by teachers 39%, and by peers 30%. Research indicated that all the respondents have access to electricity at their home. When we look into devices for learning, 91% use smartphones, 40% have television and radio at their home. Computers available to 8%, laptops available to 12%, and tablets available to 9%. 78% have their own smartphones, 11 have own laptops, 7 have own computer, and 6% have own tabs for their learning purposes. When we analyze their facility for access to internet, 12% have Sri Lankan telecom fixed line, 88% use broadband services from other networks, 72% use prepaid services for access internet. Table shows the mean values and standard deviation of the responses to questionnaire items on perceptions on remote learning activities at their disposal during the closure of school at the time of the pandemic. 63% of the students were confident that they can continue self-learning with success during the physical distancing of COVID-19 period. 61% stated that they benefited from various remote learning activities. Research indicated two major challenges and issues faced by school students when engaging in remote learning. One was related to affordability. Nearly half of the respondents stated they cannot afford the expenditure on internet access to engage in remote learning activity. The other was related to time spending on remote learning activities. 71% spend 1 to 5 hours per day. 13% use 5 to 8 hours per day. It means remote learning activities consumes a considerable amount of data which is difficult for many families to afford. The present study found that majority of the respondents were aware of various remote learning activities and they were informed of these by school teachers and peers as well as social media. Majority of them believed that they were able to continue with their learning at home while they were maintaining physical distancing. Generally, they were satisfied with the remote learning activities. According to the present study, about 40% of them engage in learning through educational program broadcast via television and radio. About 91% of them were using smartphones to access remote learning activities. However, it was found that half of the respondents cannot afford the cost of data to engage in remote learning activities. Recommendations: access to the internet should be provided to students at a concessionary rate, and
Dr. Saminda,
service
I think we should
providers
stop
need
now.
to ensure that high-speed internet access is available island-wide. Parents should be made aware of
Can we
how to
please stop the recording now because the time?
our. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. Unfortunately, it took more than 10 minutes. Therefore, we can have like one question from the audience. Would anybody like to ask any question from the presenter or the team? There seems to be no questions. I can't see any hands raised or... Okay, so, may I ask, because we couldn't go through your recommendations thoroughly because of the time, but can I just ask, okay, you identified that even though remote learning, they accepted, but there were a lot of issues that they face. So what would you suggest, like a key recommendation to help, because at this pandemic, we have to use these strategies, but there are issues. So what would be your key suggestion?
Can I answer?
Yeah, anyone from the team.
Yeah. According to our findings, most of the students are using the smartphone, you accessing the remote learning activities through the internet. And accessibility of the internet is also very costly. Therefore, we have to design the remote learning activities through the television and the radios is beneficial, because that one is freely available. And according to our study, only 40% of the students are engaging in the study with the TV and radio. So, but it should be encouraged, and so since it is freely available, that's a key major findings.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for the team. So we will now move on to the second one. The second presentation is paper ID 79, Alternatives and Limitations of Self-Determination Theory, Perspectives of Different Literature, by Dr. K.D.R. L.J. Pereira of Department of Secondary and Tertiary Education, the Faculty of Education of the Open University of Sri Lanka. Dr. Wendy, your presentation.
My topic is Alternatives and Limitations of Self-Determination Theory, Perspectives of Different Literature. Daisy and Ryan proposed self-determination theory in 1985. As you can see, there are three types of motivation. On the left, motivation, then extrinsic motivation, and intrinsic motivation. So motivation is non-self-determined. Once it comes to intrinsic motivation, people are more self-determined. So there are two research questions. What are the alternatives to self-determination theory, and what are the limitations of self-determination? So according to research methodology, literature review mainly focused on research articles and books that investigated the SDT alternatives and limitations. So most of the review literature were published in online journals, and the information was tabulated according to the research questions. Those are SDT alternatives and limitations. So the data analysis was done using the thematic And when we discuss about the alternatives of self-determination theory, according to Daisy and Ryan, they emphasize that SDT differs from other needs theories in two ways. It identifies needs as inherent, and it highlights how needs are linked to an increase in psychological development, internalization, and well-being. So needs in SDT are considered as inherent basic tendencies that are common to everyone. So further, McClelland in his acquired needs theory, he identified the need for success, authority, and relationship. So from his perspective, individuals vary in the way they present and control their needs. So however, in SDT, each need can be seen in everyone, and all the needs are similarly important. So further, Hull and Murray, they also presented two theories of needs. So those are considered as macro theories of motivation. So according to Hull, inherent needs such as food, sex, and water are centered in non-nervous system tissue deficits, and those needs push human beings to action. So according to Murray, needs are at the psychological level more than the physiological level. So he viewed them mainly as necessary rather than intrinsic. So further, Daisy and Ryan, they believe even though motives may energize acts, they are not needs from Julian or SDT perspective. So Daisy and Ryan's SDT definition of needs is consistent with Julian thought and also Murray's approach. Further, motive disposition theory is based on Murray's theory and was later expanded by McClelland and Atkinson. So, according to Atkinson, MDT research mainly centers on a person's dissimilarities in motives and their consequences in a variety of outcomes and behaviors. So, it seems that MDT and SDT apparently mismatch, but a close examination reveals they address two sides of the same phenomena. And also, you may know that Maslow's hierarchy of needs theory. So, SDT differs from that theory also. In Maslow's theory, needs higher in the hierarchy become more stimulated when needs at the base are fulfilled. So, however, SDT research is likely to focus on need fulfillment rather than needs for power. So further, while some needs theories focal point is on the strengths of need, SDT considers the satisfaction of needs. That's the difference. And SDT also distinguishes needs from desires. So from the SDT perspective, desires, that is power, money, and status, cannot be considered as further. Weldon presented a hierarchical model of motivation. It included the varied ways of motivation at three levels of generalization and how intrinsic and extrinsic motivations are related, determinants and outcomes of those levels. Then he argues that there is a lot of conformity between SDT and hierarchical models of intrinsic and extrinsic motivation. So and the hierarchical structure of a model tries to introduce new motivational processes. So according to the hierarchical model, interactions exist between the level of motivation, but SDT does not consider the matter of the interaction between the different levels of motivation. And in self-determination theory, there are two motivational orientations at causality orientation and the domain specific level. So but it does not indicate the interaction of those motivational orientations. Moreover, attachment theory has conventionally stressed that individuals' attachment patterns are enhanced in connection to primary caregivers, while self-determination theory, it focuses more on the direct social context. So in relation to goal theories, learning goals and task involvement are associated with intrinsic motivation, but performance goals and ego involvement are not aligned properly with extrinsic motivation. So anyway, according to SDT, there is a full assembly of extrinsic motivation that vary significantly in their link to self-determination. And now we discuss about the limitations. We have discussed about the alternatives to self-determination theory previously. Now the limitations. This is one of my research questions. So most researchers have focused mainly on autonomy and competence. There are three basic psychological needs in self-determination theory: autonomy, competence, and relatedness. So, Valrand et al. They support SDT and reveal that these two types of needs are often the main cause of motivation. So, however, the role of relatedness is not so essential in the motivational progression in SDT, although relatedness can play a key role in motivation. And this is more so if individuals are involved in social work. So further, Daisy and Ryan's SDT might not be able to identify the individual differences in the basic psychological needs. So however, an examination of the individual differences in psychological needs is worthwhile, as it might facilitate better motivational processes. So Brock et al. They mentioned that in their review of SDT, they considered that those three needs generally represent the main criteria for basic psychological needs. So they found that further wide ranging research is needed in organizational. And further, SDT research does not reveal a heavy focus on adolescence. Therefore, adolescents' perceptions about basic psychological need satisfaction should be researched further. And also, Leverson et al. They found that in the leisure activity background among the three psychological needs, competence and relatedness fulfillment are likely to be the most significant for adolescents' life satisfaction. And also, the relationship between autonomy and life satisfaction did not remain substantial. So self-efficacy theory, according to Bandura, did not consider autonomy, and it only considered the concept of competence out of the three basic psychological needs. So autonomy, competence, and further, Veron et al. Emphasized that competence is the most significant psychological needs during middle childhood as well as in early adolescence. So, however, Eccles et al. Indicate that during their transition periods, adolescents need to feel more autonomous. Moreover, White exposed that competence is a basic human tendency that lies behind self-esteem and self-confidence. According to Bandura, no genuine place exists for autonomy in a health agency theory. Hilgard also mentioned that almost he disregarded the research based on intrinsic motivation and did not identify motivation as a separate area in psychology. So, need theories are divided in their views on SDT. Whether needs are inherent or external is also a diverse issue. Under SDT, there is an assumption that the fundamental structure of human needs can be seen throughout the process of human development. So, however, there is disagreement as to whether these needs are few or countless in number. Further, Sheldon and Sculler question whether needs are gained through learning processes or whether they are an outcome of human. So these are the conclusions of psychological needs concept has been conceptualized in many ways in diverse theories. So needs theories are usually debatable, while some theories consider needs as inherent and global in individuals. Other theories perceive needs as acquired individual differences in motivation. In summary, SDT takes needs as intrinsic. So unlike the other learning theories, SDT defines needs as a psychological level rather than the physiological level. So though SDT is significant theory of motivation, several alternatives and limitations could be revealed. So drawing on existing literature, this paper attempts to place the significance of self-determination theory. So it is recommended that an extensive literature review needs to be conducted when applying theories in. So any questions? And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was quite extensive review of literature, I would say. So any questions from the audience?
Yes, actually, first I would like to appreciate the very extensive what chairperson mentioned. Very,
yes, please.
Very good paper related to the concept paper. As a concept paper, actually, my concern is there are several factors influencing on motivation. Then
Yes,
according
madam.
to that, I want to know whether you identify any significant factors related to achievement motivation. Atkinson
Uh,
mentioned.
Okay.
yes, madam. Thank you so much for your question. Actually, my main purpose was to review the literature regarding what are the alternatives and limitation of self-determination theory. So I didn't research on that actually. So I think I should do that later.
Yes,
Okay.
I think because it is achievement motivation, especially related to the level of aspiration.
Yes,
When the
yes,
learners achieve the goals of learning, then that is highly influences the learners' behavior and all those things. And
Okay.
other
yes,
one point I want to
Another,
verify
see,
that level of aspiration. Actually, level of
yes,
aspiration also influencing on learning, the motivation.
yes.
Therefore, did you identify that difference in the motivational
Yes,
theory?
madam. No, madam. Actually, this is a part of my PhD study. So I used self-determination theory only. So that's what I didn't focus on other theories. But I know aspirations also there. So I
there's
think
one
in
more question. There's a hand raised, Kaushalya.
Okay,
Kaushalya,
thank you.
please.
Okay.
thank
Yes,
you,
ma'am.
madam.
Kaushalya,
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Can you hear me?
yeah.
Yes, yes.
Now, this is just out of curiosity. I heard, I think it's what slide number 2, that a motivation is a type of motivation. Now, I was just curious to know whether a motivation means mere absence of motivation, or is it anything else?
Could you please go to the slide number 2?
No, it was not into.
3. No, then 2.
Maybe there was a
No,
diagram with 3 types of
yeah.
motivation.
Anyway, Dr. If you can remember, you can answer that. What's the meaning of a motivation?
Yes, actually, according to self-determination theory, yes, I can see my screen here. Here there are, yes, that's the one. So, according to Daisy and Ryan, in their self-determination theory, there are 3 types of motivation: motivation, extrinsic motivation, and intrinsic. At the very beginning, people are motivated. Okay, they are not self-determined. So by giving extrinsic motivation, by enhancing extrinsic motivation, finally, gradually we can make them more intrinsic motivated. So they are, we can't say that motivated people are, they are a kind of a motivation. At the very beginning, they are motivated. So gradually we can make them more intrinsic motivated and self-determined. That's the basic principle of this theory.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you. It's interesting to hear about a motivation and motivation, I suppose. Okay, so shall we move on to the next? I can't see any other hands raised. So I think,
thank you, madam.
Kaushalya, you can lower your hand. Okay, so we can move on to the next presentation. That would be paper ID 87, the impact of training setting on teacher trainee development, by Mrs. B.M.S.S. Balasurya from Sri Lanka Institute of Advanced Technological Education, SLIET. Okay, we'll listen to that presentation now.
Hello, good morning. I am Sujani Balasuri and I am working in Sri Lanka Institute of Advanced Technological Education. Today, the topic of my presentation is the study on the teacher trainee development fostered by the expansive restrictive nature of training setting. So, the contents of my presentation, I'll be starting with an introduction and a research problem, the conceptual background, objectives, methodology, findings, and finally, conclusion and recommendations. The introduction. This study is about the role of the work environment of the training settings in the learning development of High National Diploma in English teacher trainees. HND is one of the main courses conducted by SLIAT and it's a 2-year course which has a 6-month training component, which is compulsory for the followers. So during this teacher training period, they have to attend 2 Viva sessions, and during these Viva sessions, as their supervisors, we have observed that they are not up to the expected level of improvement, which is required to be achieved during their teacher training period. So this has become an issue. Therefore, I thought of investigating this issue, and as a result, the focus of the study is to explore the nature of the training settings of HND in teacher practicum in the light of the expansive restrictive framework. So I aim in doing this investigation to disclose how the work environment forms an effective impact on the development of teacher trainees by way of juxtaposing the expansive and restrictive features of the ER framework with the learning experiences of trainees. To tell a little bit about the conceptual background behind this study, as I earlier told to you, my study is based on the expansive restrictive framework which has been developed by Fuller and Unwin in 2003. It indicates the diversity of working environments in the form of a continuum with 2 different extremes in terms of the learning of the worker. So this continuum provides a framework for analyzing workplaces as learning environments presenting expansive and restrictive features. If I relate this to my study, the work environments are the school, the settings are the schools, and I am investigating how these the work environments or the school settings are functioning as expansive and restrictive features in terms of the knowledge acquisition and learning of the HNDE and teacher training. This table shows you the features of an organizational learning culture. In the left column, we can see the expansive features, and in the right column, we can see the restrictive features. So just to tell 1 or 2 features here, widely distributed skills are expansive, as opposed to that, polarized distribution of skills are restrictive features in any organization or in any work environment. Also, the technical skills are valued in an expansive organizational learning culture, but technical skills are just taken for granted only as restrictive feature in any organization. There are more features coming in as expansive as opposed to restrictive features. You can see them in this table. So accordingly, I have set up the main objective of my study as to explore the learning development of teacher trainees that is fostered by the training setting. So according to the ER framework, the specific objectives of my study are: the first one, to examine how the opportunities are exploited by the teacher trainees in moving in multiple communities of practice, and to study the degree of access to learning and acquisition available for the trainees in the training setting. And the third specific objective is to identify the opportunities available for the teacher trainees to gain other academic qualifications during training. To achieve these objectives, I have formed the methodology, and I based my study on case study methodology, and I use a purposive sample of 20 teacher interns, teacher trainees, and I receive qualitative data using semi-structured interviews, and the data I gathered from them were analyzed using the thematic analysis, and from that analysis I received I could observe themes, and these themes are emerging from 3 major areas, and finally based on these themes I concluded and provided recommendations to my study, my source of investigation. So here we can see the comparison of research findings with the ER framework. In the left column, we can see the particular ER feature which I have arranged according to the specific objectives of my study, and next to that the research findings. So according to the first ER feature, it says opportunities to move in multiple communities of practice. So from the data I have gathered, I could find that these features were available in the training settings of HNDE in teacher trainees. Getting advice from colleagues working in the same school, network with colleagues in other schools, exposure to the evaluation sessions by the education authorities, and establishing a good relationship with pupils. All these were expansive features. And the second ER feature is the access to learning and acquisition. And when I analyze the data which I have gathered from the HNDE and teacher trainees, I could get these ideas. These features: valuing skills by the supervisor, principal and peer teachers, collaborating with the peer teachers, mentors, pupils and parents, learning from the colleagues, career supportive mentor and principal, and independence of duty frame. All these features were also could be observed as expansive features. But as opposed to the first two sets of research findings, the third set, which was going with the opportunities for other academic qualifications, I could observe them to be restrictive because lack of workplace mobility, restricting the opportunities for enhancing formal learning. These features were available in the training settings of HNDE trainees. According to these findings, the conclusion I could arrive at is this: the work environment of the training schools is less effective in functioning as healthy learning environments for the teacher trainees during the practicum. So to remedy this issue, the restrictive nature of the work environment should be alleviated through a close scrutiny of the function of trainees in their respective training settings and generating motivation within them by way of that. To do this, establishment of a trainee monitoring system needs to be implemented on a regular basis, and a trainee evaluation procedure should be carried out by the school supervisor. And these are the two recommendations I can provide based on the conclusion I received from my study. References I used in my study, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Balsurya. So now the floor is open for any questions from the audience. Anybody in the audience? Do you have any questions or comment?
Yes.
Yes, Dilini Chaturika.
Yes, just to thank you very much for the presentation. And just to clarify this, and at the very beginning, Ms. Balasuri, you mentioned that you have Viva session in the during the practical teaching period. So don't you have any practical evaluation procedure for them, because you are using only the Viva to evaluate their teaching practice skills?
No, of course. No, we have two Viva sessions. Apart from that, actually, we asked them to maintain the training record book and also teaching portfolio. So we check their teaching portfolios also at the during the second Viva session, which includes a lot of the lesson plans and all the relevant materials. So all these three means are used to evaluate them. That's all.
Apart from that, you don't visit the authentic environment of the school to evaluate the teachers.
No, of course, we don't have that kind of system actually.
Yeah, I think as a suggestion, I think that would be the best solution when you identifying their strengths and the weaknesses or whatever the thing to improve further. I think for example, for instance, on the basis of the learning environment and the things as well. So I think that also would be important to consider in future. Thank you
Yes,
very
that's
much for the
right.
presentation. Thank
Thank
you.
you, madam. Thank you very much for your idea.
Yeah,
Okay,
that is
thank
most
you.
important, I think.
Are there any other questions or any comments? Or can we move on to the next one? Okay, thank you very much, Mrs. Balasuriya. Okay, so we will now move on to the next presentation. That is paper ID 126, a qualitative study of teacher knowledge of instructional strategies for the teaching of English literature, Dr. D.E. Devendra from the Department of Language Studies, the Open University of Sri Lanka.
So the topic of my presentation today is a qualitative study of teachers' knowledge of instructional strategies for the teaching of English literature. My name is D.E. Devendra and I'm from the Department of Language Studies, the Open University of Sri Lanka. So a little bit of background to the research. English literature occupied a very central position in colonial education, but it was removed from the secondary school curriculum in the early 1970s. And it re-entered the secondary school curriculum in 1990 as a subject for the GCE O level. So when the subject was reintroduced into the curriculum, one of the major issues that was considered was the competencies of teachers in relation to the teaching of this subject. So the aim of this research is to explore one aspect of teacher knowledge and professional practice, which is instructional strategies, an area in which not much research has been done. So the research question that guides this study is, what are teachers' knowledge of instructional strategies for the teaching of English literature in the Sri Lankan context? The theoretical framework that guides this study is Schulman's 1987 inventory of the knowledge base of teaching. So Schulman conceptualizes the professional knowledge base of teaching into three major areas: subject matter knowledge, pedagogical content knowledge, and general pedagogical knowledge. And the major concept that guides this research is pedagogical content knowledge. And this is composed of various elements: orientations of the subject, knowledge of learners, knowledge of instructional strategies, and knowledge of the curriculum. So this is the framework that guides this particular study. So a little bit about pedagogical content knowledge. So Schulman says that it is a special amalgam of content and pedagogy that is unique to the province of teachers, their own special form of professional understanding. He also says that is a way of representing and formulating the subject that makes it comprehensible to others. So essentially these two particular quotations indicate that the professional knowledge of teachers is related to the transforming of subject matter content for pedagogical purposes. One major area that is linked to this transformation is knowledge of instructional strategies. So these are comprised of two categories according to Madison et al. It is knowledge of subject-specific strategies and knowledge of topic-specific strategies. So these are two basic concepts that guide this and information regarding instructional strategies. A review of the literature indicates many aspects regarding instructional strategies. So Timmerman 2009, Dreschler and Van Driel have shown that teachers' knowledge of their students and their ability to pick appropriate instructional strategies are connected. So as we can see, these elements are not discrete elements, they are dynamic, and various parts of the knowledge base interact with each other. So Halim and Meera also have indicated that an adequate content knowledge base should be there for teachers to develop effective instructional strategies. In relation to literature per se, McCutcheon and Milner have shown that teachers who have in-depth knowledge of literature can plan more holistic instructional sequences and also integrate technology. A later study by Romilos and Balfour in relation to literature teachers in South Africa noted that teachers' instructional strategies tended to support the requirements of formal examinations. So going on to my sample and research design, this is a purposeful sample of 4 teachers. They were drawn from different types of schools. And it's important to know that they were primarily language teachers and that they were teaching literature based on the needs of their school. They had various levels of experience in teaching literature. Some were very experienced, some were novice. And they also had different training backgrounds. For example, Bachelor of Education, teacher training certificates, and other in-service programs that gave them their basis for teaching literature. It's important to note that their training for literature is part of their is a component of their major trainings in relation to language teaching. So going on to research design, this is essentially qualitative. It's part of a larger study on teacher knowledge actually, and the data was gathered from observations and interviews. So this data was coded and thematic analysis was used for identification of themes and patterns. And I was able to, and I'm presenting main themes and sub-themes relating to the instructional strategies. So these were the major themes that were identified in relation to the observational and interview data. There were subject-specific instructional cycles, close reading strategies, scaffolding strategies, and questioning strategies. There was expository teaching, collaborative strategies, and language teaching strategies. So, what the findings indicate is that there are themes relating to subject-specific knowledge, relating to instructional strategies. There's also general pedagogical strategies as well as language teaching strategies. I will go on to illustrate some of these major themes with quotations and elements and text elements from my data. So one of the things that the data showed was that all the teachers had subject-specific instructional cycles. So teacher 1 said that her cycle consists of drawing learners into text, close analysis, and summing up. For teacher 2, the cycle was explained as understanding plain sets, understanding context, learning to empathize, and learning to appreciate. Teacher 3 had a more general approach, known to unknown, and teacher 4 had activating background knowledge, literal comprehension, and appreciation. So these cycles could be discerned in their teaching, and they implemented various instructional strategies which was linked to these cycles. So of the major strategies that were seen in this study, one of the things that we saw was schema activating strategies. So there was brainstorming and asking for association to elicit themes. So for example, the teacher would say, when you hear the word war, what do you feel? And students would give associative ideas. There were also references to local context, for example, their daily routines as well as religion and cultural practices. So for example, this quotation is such like, according to your religion, you are prohibited from telling lies in your lifetime, so why do you tell lies sometimes? So this was a lead into a text. Close reading of text was also practiced. Close reading strategies are text-centered strategies that are used extensively in literature instruction. So here the teacher is asking us in relation to a specific area, which is the setting of a short story, and there's a close reading of this material. There was also direct instruction of material. For example, the teacher would give specific examples in relation to literary analysis and giving the historical and literary background of the text. Collaborative strategies was used extensively. That was part of the general pedagogical knowledge that teachers brought into their teaching. So they articulated their reasons for using these methods. So they say, if I give them group work, then there's an improvement in their talking. They don't feel shy and they're secure in their groups. They also recognized that they were not able to deal with large, that it was not always possible to deal with large groups effectively. Of language teaching strategies, it was found that particular strategies related to teaching vocabulary was used. For example, use of dictionaries, guessing meanings of new words, translation in mother tongue, and teacher explanations. So moving on to the final sections, conclusions and recommendations. It's important to note that teachers were resourceful and they brought strategies from different components of their knowledge base. But it was also noted that the ability to use this range of strategies was dependent on content knowledge and knowledge of learners. So in areas, subject areas where teachers were confident in, you could see a more varied use of strategies as opposed to those they felt they were not very confident in. Knowledge of learners were also important in relation to the kind of strategies that they chose. So the study points to the importance of developing adequate content knowledge base and a larger instructional strategies repertoire in teaching literature. The study also indicates the need for a further large-scale study to be done in this area. These are the references that I have used. That brings me to the end of my presentation. Thank you, and I would be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much, Dr. Dinali Devendra. So now it's open for questions or any comments from the audience. Yes, we get a thumbs up sign. Okay, there's a question from, question asks, okay, Kaushalya Pereira, you want to ask a question?
Yes,
Kaushalya.
Yes, ma'am. Now, it's an interesting presentation. Thank you for the, for your findings. They were really interesting. I just wanted to know, ma'am, what are the methods of data collection that you used? Were they observation data or anything else were also there?
Yeah, thank you for the question, Kaushalya. Yes, there was actually, I collected interview data as well as observational data. So once I collected the observational data of the classroom proceedings, I was able to ask them, for example, their rationale for choosing some of the strategies. So yeah, there were two major ways of collecting data.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. There's another question. There's a hand raised, Dr. Ruandika Pereira.
Yes, madam. Actually, this is not a question. Actually, you have done a really thorough thematic analysis, so that is really appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Just a comment, right?
Yes, I also actually, I also want to one clarification. In one slide, you have mentioned different instructional strategies. In that slide, you have mentioned at last language teaching strategies, but you have mentioned that scaffolding and all those, there are different strategies. I want to know whether all those strategies also you can use under the language instruction. If we go to that slide, actually I think slide number 7 maybe. Yes. Here there are several strategies because there's a scaffolding, questioning, but at last you have mentioned language teaching strategies. Then I want to know whether all those strategies can adapt under the language teaching strategies also.
Okay, I think the question is clear. Ali, would you respond, please?
Yes. Yes. Certainly, those strategies are generic strategies as well, but there are subject-specific elements in the way they have been adapted to teaching literature. So I use language teaching strategies especially because the teachers were very articulate about the fact that they brought in their knowledge about language teaching. So for example, in relation to vocabulary teaching. So which is why, so I do agree with Professor Kumurthy. Yes, there are generic strategies, but they are also adapted for the purposes of this specific subject. Okay. Thank you for the question.
Thank you.
Okay, are there any other questions or any comments?
I think, madam, we will move to the next.
Yeah, okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Dinali Devendra, and for the others who have raised
Thank you.
questions. We will move on to the next presentation. That would be paper ID number 128, game-based learning approach for virtual programming laboratory classes. Mrs. S.N. Pereira and S. Rajasingham, presented by Mrs. S.N. Pereira from the Department of Computer Science, Open University of Sri Lanka. Okay, we'll watch that presentation now.
A very good day to all of you. The focus of higher education institutions such as Open University of Sri Lanka is preparing professionals for the future. To achieve this aim, innovative teaching methods have to be often deployed, including games and simulations. As the field of digital games and simulations is ever maturing, we attempt to include games pedagogy in higher education. As many researchers show that students fail vastly in programming courses, game-based learning seems to be a motivational solution that overcomes the basic difficulties that students face. Game-based learning approach for virtual programming laboratory classes is a case study conducted by myself, Suresha and Shalini. Both of us are from the Open University of Sri Lanka. We have made an extensive study on game-based learning with special emphasis on learning programming for novice programmers. The results will be used as a foundation for the development of the learning management system of the Open University of Sri Lanka. During the next couple of minutes, I would like to drive your attention towards the motivation of this research, introduction on what we have done and identified, the purpose, methodology, results, discussion, conclusion, and recommendations at last. The exponential growth in technology has triggered the development of cutting-edge technologies that can be embedded in education, which has automated the traditional pedagogical approach into online teaching. Even though the benefits of learning are encouraging, these exist a certain degree of resistance with students. Why? Sustaining intrinsic and intrinsic motivation of students engaging in online programs is difficult. Further, bridging the gap in between student-teacher interaction is also challenging. Promoting subject-specific knowledge is again strenuous. The Open University of Sri Lanka is the only exclusively open and distance learning higher educational institute in Sri Lanka. Currently, the institute uses an open source learning management system. During the COVID-19 period, academics were compelled by the immediate transformation of traditional learning to online teaching around the world. Even the practical programming laboratory sessions have to be conducted via e-learning platforms. This approach has challenges as the existing e-learning platform did not support the practical programming component. The current platform was ill-equipped to deliver all the programming practical courses online with the sudden complete shutdown of universities around the country. The transition of face-to-face laboratory sessions to fully online is not an easy task. Lecturers have to ensure the success of delivering material by confirming that the students absorb it. Digital games are playing vital roles in students' learning experience. Game-based learning has been used as excellent tool for increasing participation, engagement, loyalty, and competition among students. There exist some popular early e-learning platforms such as Moodle, Expertus, Top Hat, Canvas, and many more. However, they lack support in providing interactive programming learning experience for students. The study includes a game-based interactive approach specific to programming language. Furthermore, this study is to find the possibility of motivating and stimulating learners towards laboratory sessions in a virtual programming laboratory environment. For that, we used awarding badges, recognizing achievement, maintaining leaderboards, and designing levels triggering competitive and comparative streaks to achieve educational benchmarks. A questionnaire was carried to evaluate the level of motivation and involvement in attempting the game-based interactive activity among students. The experiment included 200 students enrolled in the first year of the Bachelor of Technology BTech program for programming language. These students participate in a game-based interactive platform to attempt the practical sessions. The games were developed where students would be able to choose a role with different capabilities and engage in the game towards the victory. The game consists of levels and always helps with hints to help students when they get stuck. Once completed with all the levels, students would be able to apply the coding skills which they have learned in the real coding environment. Students were presented with a questionnaire that was designed to reflect and quantify their overall experience, level of involvement, understanding of the subject matter, and the learning interest between the traditional face-to-face setup and the game-based interaction platform. The results depicted in the following charts were extracted from the survey results presented to students. Figure 1 shows the enjoyment of the participants in the interactive programming laboratory sessions. 70% of the participants are enjoying the game-based interactive session. Figure 2 shows the confidence level in basic programming after attempting the online game-based interactive session. 55% of students stated good, while 20% stated excellent. The result shows that the 75% of the participants have higher confidence level in the online game-based interactive session. Figure 3 shows that the level of understanding in the basic programming after attempting the online game-based interactive session. 75% of the participants have better understanding of the knowledge acquired in the online game-based interactive session. Figure 4 shows the level of satisfaction with the current setup of the lab practical for the programming course. 30% of students are satisfied, 45% somewhat satisfied, and 5% are dissatisfied. The results show that most of the participants are expecting an improvement with the current traditional laboratory setup. Figure 5 shows that the preference of interactive game-based sessions has a higher demand than the traditional laboratory setup. 75% demand for the online game-based interactive laboratory session, while 25% for the traditional laboratory setup. We can compare these results with the traditional programming laboratory because the students who attended the interactive sessions are students who have been enrolled in lab classes that are involved in traditional programming laboratory environment. According to the results, interactive game-based setup increased enjoyment, confidence, and understanding of students. Also, there is a higher preference rate for the interactive game-based setup than the traditional programming environment. The game-based interaction system extensively enhances students' level of involvement, increase the understanding of the subject matter, and the learning interest. According to the results, the game-based learning environment can stimulate and motivate students more than the traditional learning environment. This study shows that there is a need to incorporate game-based learning elements to the current learning management system for programming practical laboratory sessions conducted in the OUSA. We would like to acknowledge Dr. Mrs. Ramasinghe, Dr. Ratnayaka, Dr. Ms. Jayatilaka for their continuous support for the success of this research. At last but not least, we would like to thank our students enrolled in BTech program for programming language for their participation in their study. Thank you very much for listening.
Okay, thank you very much. It was very interesting presentation. I will request the audience to post any questions or any comments if you have. Please raise your hand if you have any questions. Okay, there seems no questions are there. Suresha, can I ask you a question now? These students, were they familiar with this sort of, or is it a totally new experience for them, what you have introduced here?
Yes, madam. So it's like normally they are practicing their laboratory sessions within the conventional laboratory environment. However, all the students, not only the university students, even school-going children, those kids are very familiar with computer games. So I think this is not a new technology. What we have done was we have embedded the programming concept to a game. So while they are playing the game, they can understand all the concepts related to the programming. And also this is consists with many levels. So they can start with the level 1, then once they have confidence with the level 1, they can go for the level 2. So likewise, there are so many levels that we have identified, and this is not going to be a new technology. We have incorporated their knowledge that they are already having to study that programming concepts. So
Yeah, thank you.
very,
I think that's very good. That's very authentic, I believe, because they are always doing it for fun, but you have linked fun with learning so that it will be joyful learning for them. I think that's very good. Thank you very much. Okay.
Very much.
Any other comments or question, or shall we move on to the next one then? Okay, thank you, Suresha and Shalini, for that interesting presentation. We will move on to the next one. That's paper ID 143. Social media enrich e-learning opportunities for ICT literate undergraduates by Ms. S.G. Nambuasam from the Department of Multimedia and Web Technology, University of Vocational Technology, Sri Lanka, Univotech. Yes, Ms. Surini Nambuasam, you can start the presentation.
Dear Sir Madam, I am S.G. Nambosam. My research topic is social media enrich e-learning opportunities for ICT literate
Okay, the
undergraduates.
sound seems to be very low.
Consider what is social media and social learning. Social media is the collective term used for the websites and applications. These websites and applications have been developed for the purpose of communication, community-based input, interaction, content sharing, and collaboration. In the past, social media was used to stay connected with friends and family. In addition to that, nowadays social media is used for the purposes of professional learning, networking, and research. The social learning theory developed by Bandura in 1977 states that children learn through observing the behavior of adults and copying or modeling their behavior. Literature review. Two studies have been conducted in Greenhouse and Gleason in year 2012 and Fuchs in 2011. In the study conducted by Greenhouse and Gleason, the researchers explored the use of Twitter as a new literacy practice. They suggested that when used in higher education, it may lead to increased engagement and better interaction between students and teachers. According to Fuchs study,
He argues that the tools of the trade are as important as the learning objectives, and that tools are needed which promote social presence, create more interactive learning environments, and foster collaborative study. Problem. The study was conducted at the University of Vocational Technology with the participation of ICT literate undergraduates. Employed undergraduates of the University of Vocational Technology find difficulties in attending regular lectures conducted at the university premises. Also, they find very limited time to do self-study. To overcome the difficulties faced by the employed undergraduates, the university decided to get the assistance of e-learning and social media to provide them education in a convenient manner. Aim of the study is to find out the possibility of using social media to generate e-learning opportunities for information communication technology literate undergraduates of the University of Univotech or the University of Vocational Technology. There are two objectives of the study. One is to identify the types of social media tools used by the ICT literate undergraduates. Then the next one is to analyze how social media can be used to enrich the e-learning process of ICT literate undergraduates. Methodology. The study was conducted using quantitative research design. Survey was conducted with using a pre-tested structured questionnaire. Employed undergraduates who were reading for the ICT degree in their second year in the weekend degree program of the university were selected as the population. Then the population size was 90 undergraduates, and they were representing ICT disciplines of network technology, software technology, and multimedia and web technology. Simple random sampling technique was used to select the target sample from the population. A structured questionnaire was used to collect data from 62 participants. Then the sample size was 62 participants. Then the selected sample consisted of 30 male and 32 female employed ICT literate undergraduates. Collected data was analyzed using a statistical package and presented using descriptive statistics. Results. When considering the social media usage of ICT literate undergraduates, nearly 66% often use Wikipedia, Twitter, LinkedIn, blogs and Facebook as social media tools. Nearly 24% often use only Facebook as the social media tool. When considering search educational materials which are available on the social media, almost all the participants prefer to search educational materials which are available on social media for their learning purposes. When considering the present video usage, 93% of the participants use educational videos which are available on social media for their learning purposes. When considering the preference to solve problems using social media, 89% of the sample participants prefer to use social media to find solutions to the problems encountered while learning. Conclusions and recommendations. As a new trend, social media is used in educational sector for marketing of educational institutes as well as to get assistance in teaching and learning process. The research findings reveal that ICT literate undergraduates mainly use Wikipedia, LinkedIn, Facebook and blogs as social media tools. To enrich the e-learning process of ICT literate undergraduates, social media contribution can be obtained by providing opportunities to search educational materials and watch educational videos which are available on social media. In addition to that, social learning can be used to find solutions to the problems faced by the learners while learning. Therefore, encouragement and recommendation should be given to teachers to use social media as tools in the electronic teaching and learning process. These are my references.
Okay, thank you very much. Unfortunately, the sound was a little bit low, but I hope you managed to follow through the slides at least. We could hear it, the low, even though it's low. Okay, are there any questions from the audience? Any comments or questions from the audience to Ms. Nambuasan? Okay, Kaushalya. Kaushalya, you have raised your hand. Yes, go ahead with your question, please.
Yes, ma'am. Miss Nambuasam, I don't know whether I missed this part, but was there any instrument that you used to measure the samples ICT literacy?
No, madam. Actually, we selected the ICT undergraduates. Then usually they have the basic understanding about the basic skills of ICT literacy.
Okay.
Okay, Surini, why? Okay, I was also wondering about these ICT literate students only because there may be students in the other programs also who are ICT literate, not only the ICT undergraduates. So is there any, I mean, why did you confine this only to saying that ICT literate undergraduates? Because the social media are being used by everybody, as I believe.
Yes, madam. But as a starting point, because most of the social medias are supporting ICT related topics. That's why as an initiative, I took that sample. But in future, we are planning to extend that study to other degrees and other studies as well, areas.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions or any comments from the audience? Okay, there seems no questions. So then thank you very much, Surini Nambuasan, for the presentation. And now we will move on to the next one. The next presentation is, that's paper ID 162, Influences of Co-Curricular Activities in Developing Soft Skills Among Senior Secondary Students. That's by S.N. Jayasinghe and N.M.R.K. Navaratna. And the paper will be presented by Mrs. S.N. Jayasinghe of the Department of Secondary and Tertiary Education, Open Institute of Sri Lanka. We'll listen to that presentation now.
Title of our study is Influences of Co-Curricular Activities in Developing Soft Skills Among Senior Secondary Students. Outline of the presentation included introduction, literature, research objectives, methodology, results, conclusion and recommendation. General education in Sri Lanka provides less opportunities, resources and encouragement to participating students in co-curricular activities due to the exam-bound nature of education system. Sather in 2019 stated that the present formal school systems are generally oriented to academic education, and in many countries, education is heavily oriented towards test and examination. Participating in co-curricular activities has been linked to great school attachment and a sense of belonging, better academic achievement, higher academic aspiration and less risk. Three major keywords you will identify from these research studies. That is soft skills, participation and co-curricular activities. Soft skills are defined as a group of essential abilities that involve the development of a knowledge base expertise level and mindset that is increasingly necessary for success in the modern workplace. Soft skills include communication, flexibility, leadership, motivation, patience, problem-solving abilities, teamwork, and the term participation at its simplest means to become activity involved in something and most specifically refer to it as involvement in a collective decision-making process with a recognizable social and or educational outcome. Co-curricular activities are defined as the activation undertaken to strengthen the classroom learning as well as other activities both inside and outside the classroom to develop the personality of the Darlin et al. Presented that the participating in co-curricular activities has been linked to greater school attachment and sense of belonging, better academic achievement, and higher academic aspirations, and less risky behaviors such as alcohol and drug use or dropping out of school. Kariana et al. Highlighted that most educators felt participation in co-curricular activities helped to improve students' confidence, which is vital in their academic pursuit. Guerrero in 2019 identified that general education in Sri Lanka has not provided adequate opportunities, resources, incentives, and encouragement for students to participate in age-specific co-curricular activities from the early stage of schooling for the development of soft skills. Guerrero further mentioned that the first and the best place to improve soft skills is the school. Main objective of this study is to investigate students' participation in co-curricular activities in selected schools and how it has supported the development of soft skills in senior secondary students. There are 4 research objectives and they are investigate how the co-curricular activities are implemented among senior secondary students in selected schools, identify the perception of students, teachers and principals related to co-curricular activities used to develop soft skills among senior secondary students, evaluate how the participation of co-curricular activities is supposed to develop soft skills among senior secondary students in selected schools, and the last objective is to make suggestions to improve soft skills in senior secondary students through participating in co-curricular. A survey design was used for this study and 3 data collection instruments were administered. They are questionnaire, semi-structured interview, focus group discussion. Purposive sampling method also applied for this. Sample consisted with 12 schools. Altogether 450 students who are in grade 10 and 11 were selected as student sample. 24 teachers and 12 principals also selected. 120 students were participated in focus group discussion from 12 schools. Next, I am going to explain the major findings of our study. The majority of 83% of 1AB schools have active clubs and sports association. Almost all the schools belong to the 1AB category have infrastructural facilities, sports equipment and coaching teachers related to different sports. Students in 1C schools generally engage in sports such as athletics, cricket, volleyball, but do not have coaches for all sports equipment, infrastructural facilities such as pavilions and swimming pools. Many societies and clubs are functioning, and societies such as Sinhala Rotary Association, Buddhist Society, Environmental Conservation, and Drug Extermination are well funded. Type 2 schools greatly differ from the Type 1AB and 1C schools, suffer from critical problems of minimum infrastructural facilities, sports equipment, lack of resources, and sport coaches. These discrepancies can be assumed as a major contributing factors to the variation in the implementation of co-curricular activities across types of. The perception of the key stakeholders related to co-curricular activity used to develop soft skills among senior secondary students revealed as follows. These are the perceptions of students. There are many societies in our school, such as environmental, photography, literacy, and Buddhist societies. Also, some engage in scouting and cadets. Participation in those activities enable us to address the gathering, develop personality and leadership qualities, acquire the problem-solving ability, and obtain new experiences, but we don't know what soft skills are. Majority of our students are participating in volleyball, cricket, chess and swimming. Those games give us experience, avoid mental confusion, give mental satisfaction, help to prevent diseases, allow us to associate with many, and also allow us to identify our capabilities. We have enough sports and games such as cricket, rugby, swimming. There are many societies, but a small number of students are participating in them. We are having few societies such as literary and environmental. If we take part in sports, 15 marks are allocated in the progress report. But the climate, rain, wind and mist in our area prevent our sports activities in the school playground. We need indoor playground. These are the perception of teachers. Students are unable to stay after 1:30 p.m. to societies or sports as they attend extra tuition classes, especially for science and mathematics. 70% of the teachers from both districts mentioned that students are lack in awareness of the advantages of participation in co-curricular activities. Teachers mentioned that they have to complete the curricula for O-level and students do not have time to engage in co-curricular activities, and teachers know that the students get more skills while engaging in school curricular activities, but they have to study 9 subjects for the exam, and teachers mentioned that the parents as well as the school need good results. Students are not much sensitive towards co-curricular activities, and the students of our schools, though they like sports, pay more attention to studies as parents expect top O-level results of the perception of. These are the perception of principals from both districts. 1AB schools, almost all the principals said that since the senior secondary students population is high in their schools, everybody can't participate in the societies. Less students take part in sports. There is no proper plan to take them out of the class. Half of the 1C school principals mentioned that the Ministry of Education had laid down the goals to increase O-level pass rate up to 100%. Therefore, grade 11 students work throughout the whole 5 days. Also, extra teaching is done from 2 p.m. to 3:30 p.m. in their schools, and grade 10 students go to tuition classes. So their participation in co-curricular is average. Students' participation is less. There are economic problems as well. How can we work according to the circular when the results is given priority? Asked from the 1C school principal. Overall perception of the principal and teachers are through co-curricular activities, senior secondary students can be gain many skills. Some of them are ability to work together, developing their collaborative and social skills, improving student creativity and personal values, taking correct decisions and bearing leaderships. But both principal and teachers said that high syllabi volumes, examination-bound nature of the present education system neglect the value of how the participation of co-curricular activities supports develop soft skills among senior secondary students is our third objective. Students mentioned that the majority of 1AB senior secondary students prioritize the studies, including additional tuition classes outside the school teaching. Due to this tight schedule of examination target studying, they do not find spare time for co-curricular activities. The students of 1C schools are more concerned about the sports practices than societal work. However, limited availability of resources and financial constraints preclude the students' participation in sports. The majority of Type 2 schools are suffering serious issues such as lack of resources, equipment, and funding for co-curricular activities. However, the majority of students had mentioned that participating in sports and games can be gained more skills. That is 71% percentage. The majority of students from 1AB, 1C and Type 2 believe that participation in sport and games had led to develop the ability to tolerate win and loss, improve their behavioral disciplines and win recognition in the senior secondary students stated that participation in the societal activities had led to work with patients, ability to work in collaboration, ability to work in teams and develop their The major conclusion of this study was that the senior secondary students of the selected schools have not been provided adequate opportunities to participate in co-curricular activities due to the heavy syllabuses, exam-bound nature, and negative attitudes of teachers, parents, and students themselves. Through co-curricular activities, enhancing cooperation, communication, patience, creativity, flexibility, taking correct decisions, and bearing leadership within senior secondary students. Therefore, impose rules and regulations for teachers and parents by Education Ministry to maximize students' participation in co-curricular activities can be recommended from this study. Other suggestions also from this study. Schools should be organized co-curricular activities including sports, societies, fieldwork, field trips, projects, speech, drama, debating competitions, exhibitions, scouting and guiding, different forms of camps to develop soft skills in senior secondary students. Teachers' role should be innovative and they should be design multiple learning methods. Co-curricular activities such as student-based learning, learning by doing, cooperating service, out-of-classroom activities and environmental events. Take necessary steps to procure laws and regulations to emphasize the importance of engaging co-curricular activities for future jobs and higher education to senior secondary students is another suggestion. Manage school hours not only for teaching learning but also for co-curricular activities is one of the suggestions. And thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for the presentation. I already have two hands raised. Dr. Nawasteen, you raised your hand first. So can you ask your question? Dr. Nawasteen? Yes, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, it's clear presentation. Thank you. And I have one clarification. Though your sample is purposive, so you have selected two districts to select the sample. So is there any special reason to select the Colombo and Nuwara?
Yes, Dr. Nawasteen, because of the urban and the estate sector, based on that urban and the estate sector, I selected the Colombo district and the Nuwara district for the sample.
Okay, thank you.
I can't hear. I can't hear you, madam. I can't hear you.
Hello.
Hello. Now I can hear
Karim,
you.
yeah, Mr. Karim Dean.
Yes, Sabandimis, you did a very good job. Actually, I want to know that you research based on type of schools, as the academic achievement and skills are different based on gender. Did you identify any differences based on gender? You know, sometimes in some races, they normally don't interest in some activities, co-curricular activities. So did you find any differences based on gender?
Yes, Mr. Karim Dean, according to my sample, there is no gender differences. Out of 450 students, the Colombo, there are 205 female students and there are 245 male students answered the questionnaire. I can't see any gender differences from the results.
Okay, we'll go to the, thank you. We'll go to the next because there are several questions, several hands raised. Dr. Wanda,
Yes.
yeah. Okay, Dilini Chadrika.
Ma'am. Thank you. With Samanthi Jayasinghe, yes, you did a great job, and it's a really important research which need more attention. So I also had the problem with the sample because, as you mentioned, it's a purposive sampling. It means you selected the sample purposely. So can I know the reason for selecting the sample purpose from the two different areas? Yeah,
Yes.
I mean your original sample also purposive.
Yes, Miss Dilini, because of the urban sector and the estate sector, I want to check whether there is a difference between the Western province and the Central province. But I couldn't find any further differences. But most probably, co-curricular activities, especially the sports activities, the Central province students are reluctant to go to the playgrounds. But the Western province students They are like to go to the playground and do the co-curricular activities, but the O level and the extra tuition and that are the problems that they do not participate those activities.
I think Dilini's question was about purposive sampling. I think maybe it's not purposive, but you have limited your research to 2 districts maybe. The sample was...
Yeah, and I think the purpose...
We have to move on to more questions are there, please,
Yeah,
because we
thank
have
you,
to
thank
finish.
you. Yeah, okay, thank you very much, thank you.
Then, okay, Dr. Ruandi Pereira.
Yes, madam. Actually, it's really nice presentation, but I have the same question. What's the basis of choosing those two districts? The justification for that, I think it was answered. And the other one is, what's your definition of soft skills in your research? I mean, the term.
Actually, soft skills are the skills that the subjective. The hard skills are very objective and it is the teachable skill. We can gain hard skills. Say for the example, senior secondary student that they can gain hard skills all level results. But soft skills, it can't be gained from teachable skills. So we have to more concern about because the 21st century learners need collaborative communication, creativity, and the critical thinking. So only from the hard skills we can't give it to the students. So we have to think twice as educationists regarding the soft skills, and I want to suggest the authentic learning strategies, and the authentic learning assessment is very best to enhance the soft skills of our students in near future.
Okay, thank you. One more question, Mrs. Malini Monasinghe, you have raised your hand.
Yes, madam. Thank you very much, Samanthi and Rasika. You did your good presentation, and this is my comment of that. Actually, related to this your topic, the circulars has been issued by the Ministry of Education. Then that means all students should participate for that, for curricular activities. But according to your findings, only limited some schools and some activities and some selected children, students do the co-curricular activities. Actually, this is according to the circulars, all students should participate, but school should do that one. I think
Yes,
that's my comment of that.
Yes, thank you very much for asking that question. But I know that we in the 2016 there's a circular sent by the ministry, but that is not implementing. From these 440 students, I can say that it was revealed from this study the engaging sports 14.2 students and engaging societies 5.3. So that because of the O level and the other work, they are reluctant to do the societies and the other work. So there are many findings from this study, and I think the time has come to change our exam-oriented curriculum in the country.
Okay, I think, yeah, thank you very much. I think we won't have any more questions. I think it's very thought-provoking and very relevant at this time also, because we are trying to move away from the exam orientation, especially at this time we have to. So thank you, Samanthi and Rasika, for that presentation. We will move on to the last presentation of today's this education session. That will be paper ID 164. Parents' Expectations of Preschool Education, presented by Mrs. Malini Munasinghe from the Department of Early Childhood and Primary Education, the Open Institute of Sri Lanka.
I am Malini Munasinghe from the Department of Early Childhood and Primary Education. My topic is Parents' Expectations of Preschool Education. First, I would like to give a brief introduction about preschool education. Educators provide evidence that preschool education is an important and have shown many children in the early childhood setting may be their first contact with the preschool teachers beyond their homes. Mukherjee and Dryden mention that parents are the child's first educators and Some families give more opportunities to engage in conversations with the family members. As a result of that, the children have good vocabulary and good experience related to their conversations. Today, preschool teachers and parents play significant role, and many early childhood educators believe that developing a partnership with family members regarding their child's development can strengthen the child's learning. Therefore, parents' involvement are essential for the holistic development of the child. Now, we can found some research related to the topic. If we talk about some research related to this topic, in 2009, the Department of Early Childhood and Primary Education has done a research. It has done the Dr. Thalagala and a group on awareness raising of parents of children of age 0 to 5 years in disadvantaged school communities. The main objective of this study was to bring about a qualitative change in the role of parents of preschoolers by enabling them to create stimulating environment conducive for learning and development of the child through an awareness raising program. The main findings of the project was the preschoolers' achievement levels improved because of the awareness raised in parents on child development. Also, 2010, Jameson considered the relationship between the parental opinions of the play and other parenting roles about his thesis on parental perspective of play with preschool children. He found that parents' opinions of play were very much related their acceptance of creativity, belief in themselves as educators, and their ability to handle the stress of parenting. Also, Curtis 2016 has done a research, and he also showed that the parental involvement dimensions in early childhood education showed that parents moderately involved in their children's education during early childhood period. The study also indicated that parents participated in reading books and home type of activities with their children frequently. The study indicated also that parents help their children to understand how to complete their activities successfully. Then, what are the objectives of the study? First objective is to identify parents' awareness about children's learning in the preschools. Second one is to examine parents' expectancy towards their children's learning from the preschools. Third one is to identify any difficulties faced by the parents sending their children to preschools. Final one is to make suggestions to overcome difficulties faced by parents sending their children to preschools. What I used as research methodology. Qualitative approach was used as a research design in this study. Purposive sampling method was used to select the sample. 20 preschools were selected as the sample of this study. This study is a part of my PhD thesis, actually. From 20 preschools, 160 parents were randomly selected for the focus group discussions. Data were collected through focus group discussions from the parents. One preschool, I selected 6 to 8 parents, and discussions were held after closure of the preschools. And discussions, all discussions were recorded and notes were also taken where necessary. Narrative analysis was used for data analyzing. What are the results of the study? Under each objective, I found some results. The first, under the first objectives, inquired from parents' awareness about children's learning in the preschool. The first point is parents' view on activities. Most of the preschool teachers from non-government encourage children to write simple letters and numbers. However, 80% of the sample from the government preschools did demonstrate the use of paper activities for their children. According to the above, parents are aware of activities children engage in preschools. Non-government preschool children did more paper work than the government preschools. Another point is teaching learning methods. Majority of parents from non-government schools have identified some teaching methods their teachers use in preschools, such as activity books, children's papers, storybooks, storytelling, writing some numbers and letters. Then parents said that I identify some from parents. One non-government parents said that our children do some activities at home related to preschool work. Also, government government preschools parents mentioned that we are satisfied with the progress of the children because of our children like to engage in various types of activities. This preschool does not encourage writing, reading, but we ask teacher to do at least in the third term at the end of their last year. Another point is reception of a child. This is also a very important point. Some non-government parents said that every one of the teachers welcome the children. Also mentioned some days the children are welcome. The teacher comes from far away and can be a little bit late. This situation is not good for our children, some non-government parents said. Some from the preschool welcomes our children. There are volunteer teachers also teaching there. Our head teacher or somebody comes to the front. It is very seldom that no one welcomes the government said like that. And also communication strategies also another point is also very important. The non-government parents said that the teacher leaves the messages in their notice book. There is a good communication connection with the teacher and the parents. Sometimes the teacher will call us. Also, further said that we meet the teacher every day after the preschool. The teacher tells me everything that they need. Non-government parent like said like that. Some messages we put on the notice board every day. Our teachers talk to us. We are satisfied with them. This is from government preschools parents ideas. And another point is progress of learning during the year. Non-government parents said that the teacher has a good knowledge about preschool education and children. We can see the difference in our children day by day. And government parents said that we are happy, we can see the difference over time. At the beginning, our children did not know anything, but now they do. The second objective is the parents' expectancy towards their children's learning from the preschools. Parents mentioned that it was important to teach English and that children should be guided correctly. Also, the basic knowledge of English and skills for mathematics and language should be taught in preschools. They expected teachers to report the progress of their children. And they should identify children's strengths and weaknesses and provide extra support to prepare them for admission into popular schools. As a result of that, children should learn languages, especially English and other subjects also. 70% of the sample request that teachers should give homework to them. Third objective was the difficulties faced by parents in sending children to the preschools. Most of the both type of parents groups mentioned that they were not satisfied with their levels of English teaching. Some preschool teachers teach English, but parents were not satisfied. Letter writing sentences, and counting numbers. Writing numbers were given by preschool teachers, but the level of activities was not adequate. Reading English was also important, but teachers did not give such opportunities for them. Some parents mentioned that children were not satisfied with the preschool teachers and
Okay, what happened?
Madam, now it's okay, I think.
Power failure.
We can see the slides only, not the voice.
Okay, you can read the slides, I suppose. It's the final
and
slide.
also recommended.
Yes, this is the final
Most of the
session. No, anyway.
preschools,
Okay, so
non-government, the few government preschools conduct a lot of activities. However, some were beyond the preschool curriculum. Parents with children in both sectors requested letter writing sentences, writing numbers to be a part of the curriculum. As a result of that, most of the teachers encourage paper work in class. Reception of the child is one of the most important factors to motivate children and encourage them. Both type of preschool sectors use effective methods for their communications. Based on the parents' request, homework was given by some teachers, which made some parents happy. Progress of learning during the year was satisfactory due to the fulfillment of their requirements. However, some parents have high expectations from their children. Therefore, government should make monitoring a part of as a state responsibility to find out what is happening and what support need to be provided for the total development of their country's preschool child. Awareness raising program for parents should be planned and implemented to create a positive attitude on activity-based learning in all preschools. It should be encouraged fostering a good understanding and good relationship among preschool teachers and parents. Thank you.
okay, thank you very much for that presentation, Mrs. Munasinghe. Okay, we already have a hand raised by Dilini Chaturika. Dilini, go ahead, please.
Yes, madam. Yeah, thank you very much, Mrs. Munasinghe. It's a really important, timely needed research. So thank you very much, first of all. And I have two things to clarify. First thing is regarding the sample. As you mentioned, there were 60 participants from the two different types of preschool groups. So you conducted the focus group discussion. I mean, I just want to know whether did you group them into several groups and conduct the focus group
Yeah.
discussion or the
Thank you very much, Lini. Actually, 160 participants participated.
Yeah, you conducted all
Separately, one by one. 20 preschools were selected for the group focus group discussions. The separate groups were as separate groups. I conducted focus group discussions. That is
thank
separately.
you. Thank you very much. Just another one is actually then when we discussing the preschool education, the entire setup of the preschool education, didn't they raise their voice about their role as parents when facilitating children's education, especially in early years? So didn't they identify their role as parents?
Yeah, actually, I didn't mention here because I had to limit it to some slides. My main thesis, I found a lot of information. What their roles, they like to support them, but not all because some are not educated. Some are employed also. They don't have time to support them. However, they if they know what they should do, they can support them. They ask to awareness programs for all.
Yeah. Yes, Mrs. Secretary. Yeah, thank you very much. Because awareness raising is the must. I think it's once they become aware, only they can help the students. So we can go ahead with this. Thank you very much. It's really important. Thank you.
Question, Mr. Karimdeen. Quickly, you can ask a quick question because our time is up now. Mr. Karimdeen. Mr. Karimdeen, you have your hand raised.
Okay. Hello. Yes, my limits as some literature says that there are differences based on socioeconomic status, such as parental income and parental education. Is there any findings in terms of socioeconomic status in terms of socio-educational support of parents or parental awareness in terms of parental income or parental occupation or parental educational level? Did you find anything with regard to this socioeconomic background?
Actually, I didn't mention here that one also because my full thesis it has mentioned if they have according to their income, their education, they can give full support. They can give support. Their children have good knowledge. They have good experience related to because they are providing more material. That's a thing. My full thesis it has mentioned that actually there's a big link between the parental education and the economics to their children.
Okay, I think we will have to stop now. Thank you.
I want to ask one more question.
Your time is up, Professor Gugumati.
Actually, this is a clarification. Actually, Malini, that research has selected non-government and government preschools.
Yeah.
But now currently, actually, there is an issue. Always they criticize there are no uniform syllabus for preschool education. I want to know whether the parents raise this issue in that focus group discussion.
Actually, not only the parents, the teachers also requesting that common guidelines for the whole countries. Still not developed that one. It is on the process to finalize the curriculum at this moment.
Maybe then there's no uniform curriculum for all of you. Maybe these are also one of the influence of this problem, no?
Yeah,
I think we can. You can have the discussion later because we have to stop and there's another session
Yes,
after this
madam.
one.
Yes, madam.
Thank you very much.
Yes. I'm going to thank everybody. So I think we had a very fruitful session with minimal technological disturbances, almost none. And the participation was very good. We started with 34 and ended with 28 or 26. So it ranged from theoretical aspects for pedagogy, technology. It's a wide range of topics were covered, which were very interesting and I think useful and enlightening for all of us. So thank you all for a very active participation. So I thank all the presenters for their very interesting topics, the papers presented, and also for the audience who were very patient at this time, waiting. This was a lengthy session, so and for your very active participation by raising questions and having the discussion. And also I would like to specially thank our IT support group who are behind the scene supporting us, as well as the team convener, and especially the IT support group and the whole OURS team for making this event a very successful one. A novel experience for all of us, but I believe we did it very successfully as a virtual conference. Thank you very much. So we will end this session for today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can have the virtual claps as
Yes,
well.
madam, I just want to, madam, I just
Under
want
the
to add
reactions,
something.
under the
Actually, I
chat.
would like.
Okay.
Yes, madam. So we have come to the end of the session. So I would like to thank Professor Shironika Karunanayaka, our Dean, Faculty of Education, for chairing this session. So I hope that was a very successful session. And also, as madam mentioned, I would like to thank to all the presenters, all the participants, and also special thanks should go to the online working team for their hard work. They have been working so hard since last couple of weeks. So and also the next round of academic sessions will be started at 2:15 p.m. So please join at 2:15. So meanwhile, you can a video will be played. So during the lunchtime, you can watch that video. So thank you so much for your active participation. So have a nice afternoon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we are going to end this session now. Thank you, Dr. Saminder, who was helping us with the IT support. Please end the session now.
ඊට පස්සේ percentage දැන් මගේ නම Right, good afternoon to everyone. This is the final sessions of the physical science sessions, and we have 9 presentation lined up for this evening. And by now you may know the guidelines, and each presenter is given 10 minutes for the presentation and 5 minutes for Q&A. And if you go to participant, and then you should be able to use the raise hand option to ask questions. And during the presentation, please keep all the videos and microphones off. And we will start it now. The first presentation of the paper is paper ID 123, analysis of major carotenoids and chlorophyll pigments present in the leaves of Micromelum minutum growing in Sri Lanka. The authors are D.D.H. Alvis, D.T. Abesinger, K.H. Kumara, and U.G. Chandrika. The paper is presented by Mr. K.A.H. Kumara. Is over to you now.
Good afternoon. Welcome you all to my presentation. I am K.A.H. Kumara from the Department of Chemistry, Faculty of Natural Sciences, the Open University of Sri Lanka. Today I am going to present our research findings under the title Analysis of Major Carotenoids and Chlorophyll Pigments Present in the Leaves of Micromelum minutum growing in Sri Lanka. This is my overview. My objectives are identification of major classes of pigments present in Micromelum minutum leaf extracts such as carotenes, xanthophylls and chlorophylls by HPLC methods with photodiode array detector. Micromelum minutum is one of the main species in Rutaceae family. This plant used as a green leafy vegetable as well as a medicinal plant. Usually these plants grow as shrubs or small trees. This plant is used as an herb in cooking in many Asian countries including Nepal, Bangladesh, Thailand. There are so many medicinal uses. For example, this plant extract used to treat fever, giddiness, hemorrhoids and dizziness. Among the different types of photosynthetic pigments present in green leafy vegetables, chlorophylls and carotenoids play major roles as natural colorants. Chlorophylls are divided into major two groups, chlorophyll A and chlorophyll B. The major function of chlorophyll is photosynthesis. Carotenoids also divided into major two groups, xanthophylls and carotenes. Carotenes are hydrocarbons, xanthophylls are oxygenated derivatives. Carotenoids also help to photosynthesis by photoharvesting. There are so many advantages towards consuming animals. Reduction of the effects of cancer, other chronic diseases and cardiovascular diseases. If we consider carotenoids are naturally occurring multifunctional widespread plant pigments that possess a long conjugated polyene structure. Carotenoids can be mainly divided into two groups based on the presence or absence of oxygen in the structure. First group is carotenes, which are considered as hydrocarbon carotenoids, for example beta-carotene. Second group is xanthophylls. Those are considered as oxygenated derivatives of carotenoids, for example lutein. There are so many biological importance of carotenoids. For example, lutein and zeaxanthin pigments are responsible for the sight of animals, and those are constituents of the macular pigment. On the other hand, beta carotene is the most potent provitamin A. This is the structure of lutein. This is the structure of beta carotene. This is the structure of vitamin A. If we divide beta carotene molecule into equal halves, one half is essentially equal to vitamin A. That's why we call beta carotene is the most potent provitamin A pigment. Let's move on to methodology. All the samples were collected from Pitawalapatana, Nakal's conservational area of Matale under the permission of Department of Forest Sri Lanka. The specimens were authenticated by the National Herbarium of the Royal Botanical Garden, Peradeniya. Samples labeled and transported immediately to the laboratory and started the analysis. The extraction of carotenoid pigments were done by following 4 steps. 2 grams of homogenized fresh leaf samples were selected and extracted into acetone. The acetone portion then partitioned into the petroleum ether. The petroleum ether extract, which contain our carotenoids, were rotary evaporated and dried by purging nitrogen. The dried residue was redissolved in 2 ml of acetone. 10 microliter of filtered extract was injected into the HPLC system. All the pigments were separated on variant pursuit C18 column. These are the dimensions. The mobile phase consists of acetonitrile, methanol, ethyl acetate containing triethylamine 0.05. Flow rate was 0.5 ml per minute. This is the resulted chromatogram. All the peaks were identified by using their retention times, PAD detector data, and UV visible spectrum. Both peak 1 and 2 were identified as isomers of neoxanthin. Peak number 4 was identified as lutein. Both are xanthophiles. Peak number 8 was identified as chlorophyll B. Peak number 10 was identified as chlorophyll A. Both are chlorophylls. Peak number 14 was identified as beta carotene, which is a member of carotenes. All the pigments other than carotenes are oxygenated derivatives. They are more polar than carotenes. Carotenes are hydrocarbons. They are nonpolar. Therefore, in a reverse phase chromatography, the more nonpolar beta carotene elutes finally. All the other polar pigments elutes earlier than carotenes. Both peaks 1 and 2 were identified as 2 isomers of neoxanthin according to their lambda max values of UV visible spectrum. The spectral fine structure was obtained by ratio of longest wavelength absorption peak 3 and that of the middle absorption peak 2, taking the minimum between the two peaks as the baseline. Multiplied by 100 gave the 3/2 value. The 3/2 value of neoxanthin was 85%. This value is identical to a specific carotenoid pigment dissolved in a particular solvent. You can see the UV visible spectrum of lutein and beta carotene. As we previously discussed, peak number 4 was identified as lutein and peak number 14 identified as beta carotene by studying their lambda max values of UV visible spectrum. The 3/2 value of lutein was 65% and 3/2 value of beta carotene was 22%. As you can see, each carotenoid peak consists of 3 sub-peaks. When we calculating 3/2 value, we consider the longest wavelength peak number 3 and middle absorption peak number 2. Here you can see the UV visible spectrum of chlorophyll B and chlorophyll A. The peaks of the chromatogram 6 to 12 were identified as chlorophyll peaks by studying their retention time and spectral fine structures. Peaks number 8 and 10 were identified as chlorophyll B and chlorophyll A respectively. The total chlorophyll A and B area percentage was 53% and was the most abundant pigment. In this study, we analyzed the HPLC pigment profile of petrolameter fraction of the acetone extract of Micromelon minutum leaves which are growing in Sri Lanka. The leaves extract consists of chlorophylls, carotenes and xanthophylls as major peaks observed in the HPLC chromatogram. It revealed that this plant extract was found to have a significant amount of lutein and beta-carotene. The major xanthophyll identified was lutein. The major carotene identified was beta-carotene. I thank my supervisors, Dr. D.D.D.H. Alvis, Dr. D.T. Abesinghe, Professor U.G. Chandrika for their kind guidance and support given to me. Professor R. Senthilnithy, Head of the Department of Chemistry and the staff of the department. Conservator General of Forest, who gave me permission to get the plant samples from Pitawalapatana, Knuckles Conservational Area. Deputy Director and the staff of National Herbarium of the Royal Botanical Garden, Peradeniya. My special thanks goes to NRC grant number 18063 for their financial assistance. Thank you so much and have a nice day.
We can't hear you, Sarat.
Sir, we can't hear you.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah, there was a technical problem. Thank you very much, Mr. Kumara, for your presentation. In fact, I missed the first part of your talk, and I just may ask you a question about what is the singular name for this plant? Can you hear me now?
I can hear you.
Mr. Kumar, you can get the video on now.
So I already switched on.
I also like to know the Sinhala name.
Even I can't hear anything now. That's what the problem. Yeah, all right, I can see you now. And I couldn't hear anything because there's some problem with the...
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what is the singular name for this plant?
It's called as Valkarpincha, and some people called as Elayallang.
Right. Okay, now I think this paper is open for discussion, and you can use the participant section and raise hand so you can ask question. Any questions to Mr. Kumar? And I don't know, one more question. Why didn't you select Karpincha from somewhere else? Why can't you find it Karpincha here?
Sir, that's species specially grown in that Pitawalapatana area because we studied three plants, three curry leaf varieties, all of them growing in same area. That's the Pitawalapatana. In other areas, they are growing in one species growing in that area, and we can't find another two species from that area. That's why we select same geographic variations and
Okay, can I have some more questions, please? You can unmute and then you ask the question. Okay, since there aren't any questions, we'll move on to the second presentation, the ID number 124, effect of pH on the fluorescence quenching of 5-chloro-110 phenanthrene by iron 2. The authors are DHT Arachi, MDP Di Costa, R. Senthilnidhi. The presenter is Mr. DHT Arachi. Over to you now.
A very good afternoon to everyone. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk about the effect of pH on the fluorescence quenching of 5-chloro-110 phenanthrene by iron 2+. This research project was carried out as a collaboration between the Department of Chemistry, University of Colombo, as well as the Department of Chemistry, Open University of Sri Lanka. As we all know, iron plays a key role in the human body by being the most abundant essential trace element. It has the most common two oxidation states, +2 and +3, ferrous and ferric. The involvement of these redox states of iron tends to be different in various biological reactions. Therefore, if we are able to separately quantify these oxidation states, we can have better prognosis and treatment of medical states, as well as better understanding of biogeochemistry notions too. But unfortunately, there are only a very limited number of techniques available for the selective quantification of ferrous. This is mainly due to the high reactivity and short-lived nature. The focus of research has been directed towards developing a fluorescence sensor for the quantification of ferrous these days. It's because fluorescence sensors can selectively and sensitively quantify metal ions. As 110 phenanthrene is known for its strong chelation ability towards ferrous, turn-off fluorescence sensors can be developed using the pristine 110 phenanthrene as well as its derivatives. The excitation mainly occurs through pi to pi star transitions. In our study, we have used 5-chloro-110 phenanthrene substituted 110 phenanthrene as the probe. The study is focused mainly in understanding the effect of pH on the fluorescence quenching of 5-chloro-110 phenanthrene by iron 2+. The fluorescence measurements were taken using a Hitachi F7 spectrofluorometer. The slit width was set to 10 nanometers and the excitation wavelength was chosen to be 286 nanometers and the emission wavelength was 379 nanometers. We made sure that 5-chloro-110 phenanthrene solutions and the working solutions of ferrous both are prepared in methanol to methanol water 1:1 volume to volume solvent system. And every time when we are using ferrous solutions, we made sure that they are freshly prepared. The phosphate buffers were used to maintain the pH of the medium. In our study, the main focuses were on understanding the effect of pH on the fluorescence emission of the fluorophores, optimization of pH, as well as the influence of pH for the selectivity of ferrous. It is very important to understand the selectivity, how the selectivity is varying with the pH of the medium, because we will be able to quantify ferrous in a complex environment too. The Stokes shift was observed to be 93 nanometers, which in turn gives a higher signal to noise ratio. When the Stokes shift is higher, that means the crosstalk between the excitation and emission is low. It is very important to have an optimum probe concentration because we are developing a turn-off fluorescence sensor. The initial fluorescence intensity should be at a higher value. Therefore, the optimum probe concentration range was determined as 12 to 16 micromolar. In all these studies, we have maintained a probe concentration of 14 micromolar. So when we are spiking with ferrous, we observed that the initial fluorescence emission intensity was gradually decreasing. This in turn can present as a Stern-Walmer plot, which gives you the linear relationship between the fluorescence emission intensity and the concentration of ferrous. Through the absorbance studies, we can make sure the complexation of 5-chloro-1,10-phenanthroline and ferrous. Tris 5-chloro-1,10-phenanthroline iron 2 plus octahedral complex is formed. Through a Jobs plot, we could make sure that the quenching is happening through the formation of 1:3 complex. When it is very important to understand how the phenanthroline family of compounds usually undergo in monoprotonation, where one proton is shared between the two nitrogen atoms at first and the 10th positions as shown in the scheme. So when the pH is decreasing, we can see how the initial fluorescence emission intensity at 379 nanometer peak is decreasing with a concomitant emergence of a broader peak at a longer wavelength at 440 nanometers with a single isoemissive point. This single isoemissive point suggests us the existence of one chemical equilibrium, which is the protonation and deprotonation of the nitrogen. So the initial peak is due to the unprotonated 5-chloro-1,10-phenanthroline, whereas the next peak at longer wavelength is due to the protonated version. So we should make sure that we have to avoid forming the protonated 5-chloro-1,10-phenanthroline. Therefore, we can go up to pH 2.80. The lowest pH for the turn-off sensor can be found as pH 2.80. The protonation of phenanthroline is considered as a method of fine-tuning its photophysical properties. Therefore, pH optimization step was carried out to analyze the quenching sensitivity of 5-chloro-1,10-phenanthroline by ferrous at different pH values. The idea of the fluorescence sensor's quenching ability, which is the sensitivity of the probe, is investigated by examining the magnitudes of the slopes of Stern-Walmer plots generated at each pH. It is observed that with the decrease in pH of the medium, the decrease in fluorescence intensity increases, indicating a higher quenching sensitivity in acidic media. The Stern-Walmer quenching constant is observed to be increasing with the acidity of the medium. This indicates a higher efficiency of metal ligand complex formation at low pH values. When the pH of the medium is low, the equilibrium between ferrous and ferrous hydroxide directs towards producing more of free ferrous, which will then be available for the complexation with 5-chloro-1,10-phenanthroline, enhancing the sensitivity of quenching. If the pH of the medium is further decreased, a lowering in the formation of the metal ligand complex is expected due to the competition of protonation of the ligand and metal ligand complexation. Therefore, the pH range pH 3.80 to 4.10 can be identified as the range of pH at which the highest quenching sensitivity in detecting ferrous is observed for 5-chloro-1,10-phenanthroline based fluorescence sensors. Iron coexist in a real sample, we have to understand the influence of pH for the selectivity of ferrous. Copper and nickel are two common cations that have been identified in forming complexes with the phenanthroline skeleton. Therefore, in this study, we try to observe the influence of pH for the selectivity of ferrous in the presence of copper and nickel. The degree of percentage fluorescence quenching was analyzed at both pH 3.80 and 4.10 for copper and nickel separately. When the emission intensity of the fluorophore alone is 100% irrespective of the pH, the percentage degree of fluorescence quenched by ferrous is higher than that of the amount quenched by the interference ion, indicating a higher selectivity for ferrous. At pH 3.80 in the presence of copper and nickel, selectivity for ferrous is around 3.98, which is 5.32 times higher. At pH 4.10 in the presence of copper and nickel, selectivity for ferrous is around 3.79 and that is 4.02 times higher. Therefore, a higher selectivity for ferrous is observed in the presence of both copper and nickel when the pH is reduced to 3.80. This can be because of the lower stability of interfering metal ligand complexes at low pH values, whereas it favors the complexation between ferrous and the phenanthrone moiety at low pH values. Therefore, for the accurate determination of ferrous, we should have acidic media. As conclusions, we can give the photophysical properties of 5-chloro-1,10 phenanthrone ligand can be effectively fine-tuned through the variation of the pH in the medium, and the protonation of the ligand occurs pH below 2.80, and the optimum range of pH was identified as 3.80 to 4.10, and at acidic pH it tends to form stable complex between ferrous and 5-chloro-1,10 phenanthrone. And at low pH, it shows minimum interference towards interference ions such as copper and nickel, therefore can be able to selectively quantify ferrous.
Right. Thank you very much for your presentation. And now paper is open for discussions. You may click and ask your questions now. You can use the raise hand option, so then I know whether you want to ask a question. We have 5 minutes for question and answer session. So please ask some questions. Okay, I'll ask one question, very simple one, I don't know. Why you selected 5-chloro? Is there a special reason for 5-chloro?
Yeah, actually, at the very moment we were studying on 110 phenanthrone, the pristine compound, and we saw some inconsistencies on the measurements. So we tried amino derivative, and then only we came with 5-chloro. It is because of the substitution. The photophysical properties are well tuned. So substitution and pH, those are two factors that can fine tune the photophysical properties. So that's the reason why we went with 5-chloro.
Yeah, one more difficult one now. If you use OMe or methoxy group instead of chloride, what would happen?
To be honest, the methoxy group, the synthesizing is hard, but that is not much stable. And methoxy group, I would expect to have, since methoxy is a donating type, it should have properties that is contrasting with the 5-chloro one. So I would expect much different properties.
And you mentioned about comparing with copper and nickel.
Yeah.
You would expect to have the same complexation with copper and nickel. And in your case, the iron 2 has 3 ligands on. You expect it to be 3 ligands in copper and nickel?
Maybe or maybe not, because it can have either 2, 3. So because of that only, you have to calculate the conditional formation constants when you're looking at it. So we cannot exactly say.
I think it's less likely to happen that 3 there. And one other thing, did you measure all these in a inert atmosphere?
The ferrous one.
Your solutions were deaerated with some inert gas?
No, we did not do that.
Because it's more likely to oxidize if oxygen is present. They are highly oxidizable ions to centers. And you mentioned you are using freshly prepared solution, otherwise more likely to go iron 3 plus. They are more stable complex will be formed. And still open, we can have some more questions. Okay, absence of any more questions. I'll thank you again for your presentation. And we'll move on to the number 3, the IE number 125, performance enhancement of dye-sensitized solar cells by treatment of dye extract of black nightshade, fruit and fruit skin with acetic acid. The authors are DTB Herath, GC Vikramasinghe, CN Nupiarachi, GMIP Aponso, and VPS Pereira. And DTB Herath is going to present it. It's over to you now. I have a problem. I can't hear. I think there's some problem here. I think make sure we have done the right video. I think there's a problem somewhere. I can't hear anything. I can see only the pictures or the slides. I think we'll wait for a while to fix it. Yes, there's a problem with
Audio.
I think, yeah.
We can't hear anything.
Yeah. Even I can't hear. So the probably the recording was not there. There must be two. One is without recording the sounds. The other one with just the presentation. Now they have uploaded the one with the presentation only without voice. So please wait. They are going to do it now. Okay. I think we'll move on to the other one when we'll come back to this ID number 125. The next presentation, ID number 130, gold nanoparticles, crafted zinc oxide nanoflowers, uh, enhancing the nanoscale activity throughout through optimal surface and functionalization. The author is going to be L.A. Vijayanayaka and Veerasinghe and P.K. Disanayaka, and Veerasinghe is going to present it. And we hope we get this proper one this time. And it's over to N. Veerasinghe.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Nishani Veerasinghe. Over the next few minutes, let me take you through a beautiful journey where I will explain about the story behind nanoflowers. The topic of my presentation is gold nanoparticles grafted zinc oxide nanoflowers where optimal surface functionalization has been achieved leading to enhancement in its activity. So, to begin with, let me explain what nanotechnology is. Nanotechnology is science, engineering, and technology conducted at the nanoscale, which is about 1 to 100 nanometers, at least in one dimension. Nanotechnology shows multidisciplinary applications. They are in pharmaceuticals, military field, agricultural sector, textile industry, electronic sector, energy, medical field, and automotives. In this research, zinc oxide nanoparticles was the main focus because they have captured attention in a vast array of applications. In this slide, you come across some of the applications of zinc oxide nanoparticles. They are antimicrobial purposes, photothermal therapy, photoimaging, cosmetics, food supplements and packaging, nanosensors and drug delivery systems, environmental remediation, medical devices and drugs. In the same time, it will be important to know that zinc oxide nanoparticles have limitations too. Zinc oxide nanoparticles are photoresponsive only in the UV range. As a solution for this, the surface of the nanoparticles can be functionalized with a photoresponsive agent which amplifies the photoactivity of zinc oxide nanoparticles. As a consequence, they begin to exhibit photoactivity in both UV and visible wavelengths. Accordingly, the research question that I would address here is whether it is possible to synthesize a novel composite with synergistically enhanced antimicrobial properties with the anchoring of gold nanoparticles onto zinc oxide nanoflowers. Thereby, the hypothesis of this research was gold nanoparticles, when anchored onto zinc oxide nanoflowers, results a novel composite with synergistically enhanced antimicrobial activity. Mind that gold nanoparticles perform the role of photoresponsive agent. With that, let me outline the objectives of this research. They were synthesis of zinc oxide nanoparticles, synthesis of gold nanoparticles, optimization of the nanomaterial, characterization of the nanomaterial, functionalization of zinc oxide nanoparticles with gold nanoparticles, and finally, studying the applications of the novel composite. Zinc oxide nanoparticles can exist in different morphologies. Here I have represented some of the typical morphologies. They can be nanospheres, nanorods, nanoneedles, nanoprisms, nanostars, and many other morphologies. By looking at these images, it is obvious that these morphologies allow only a minimum surface area for functionalization. In contrast, I would say zinc oxide nanoflowers exhibit a higher surface area. You may wonder why. It is none other than the presence of internal and surface crevices and enhancement in effective surface area. As I stated in one of my earlier slides, zinc oxide nanoparticles have multidisciplinary applications. This potential is due to the chemical and physical properties of zinc oxide nanoparticles. They are photostability, antimicrobial activity, photocatalytic activity, anti-cancer activity, and high chemical stability. Meanwhile, gold nanoparticles too exhibit photostability, antimicrobial activity, photocatalytic activity, anti-cancer activity, and high chemical stability. Accordingly, it is obvious that both zinc oxide nanoparticles and gold nanoparticles are capable of exhibiting antimicrobial activity. So trust me, this similarity has resulted a novel composite with synergistically enhanced antimicrobial activity. Let me briefly define the methodology used. Zinc nitrate hexahydrate and sodium hydroxide 50 ml solutions were mixed together at once and was refluxed at 90 degrees Celsius for 4 hours and 20 minutes. The above solution was allowed to reach the room temperature and a white precipitate was observed. This solution was centrifuged to obtain the precipitate. This precipitate was further dried at 60 degrees Celsius for 20 minutes. Here you can see the SCM images of the synthesized nanoparticles. The average thickness of a nanosheet was found to be around 68.6 nanometer, whereas the average diameter of a nanoflower was calculated to be around 1600 nanometers. Gold nanoparticles were synthesized using the well-known Turkevish method, where the reagents are tetrachloroacid and sodium citrate. This resulted citrate stabilized gold nanoparticles with a lambda max of 529 nanometers. The concentration of the synthesized gold nanoparticle suspension was calculated to be 1.5 nanomoles per cubic decimeter, whereas the diameter of a gold nanoparticle was approximately 32.5 nanometers. The next progressive step was to functionalize the zinc oxide nanoparticles with gold nanoparticles. Both post-synthesis anchoring and in situ anchoring methods were carried out for this purpose. As a result, the surface of zinc oxide nanoparticles were decorated with gold nanoparticles. Here you see a graphical representation of a surface functionalized zinc oxide nanoflower. Moving forward, let me discuss about the applications of the synthesized nanocomposite. Here, the main application of interest was the antimicrobial studies. Drop diffusion method was used to evaluate the antibacterial activity of nanoparticles, whereas disk diffusion method was used for positive controls. This is how the assay was evaluated for antimicrobial activity using the following microbial species. Accordingly, the in situ gold nanoparticles grafted zinc oxide nanoflowers exhibited enhanced antimicrobial activity over bare zinc oxide, and post-anchored gold nanoparticles grafted zinc oxide nanoflowers. To sum up, the conclusions are: zinc oxide nanoflowers were synthesized using solution phase route easily, and these nanoflowers were able to successfully functionalize with gold nanoparticles both in situ and post synthesis, resulting in a novel composite, where the novel composite exhibited synergistically enhanced antimicrobial activity compared to bare zinc oxide. Photoresponsive range of zinc oxide nanoparticles was broadened from visible range to UV range, expanding the applications of the nanocomposite. As future direction, anti-cancer activity, antioxidant properties, photocatalytic activity, and seed invigoration can be investigated for the synthesized nanocomposite. These are some of the references I have used. It brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
Right. Thank you very much, Nishani, for your elegant, very colorful presentation. And now the paper is open for discussion. You may ask questions using your raise hands option. Yes, you can ask some more questions. You can ask some questions. Yeah, Dushant, unmute and ask the question. We have not unmuted.
Your effort is actually to make it more cost effective so that you don't have to all the time use gold nanoparticles, is it? So that you have the zinc nanoparticles and this composite giving you the more versatile properties. Is that what you were aiming to do? In fact, I also went out of action with my internet, so I missed a few slides at the beginning.
Yeah, ma'am.
So I hope you have achieved that. Did you compare that with the, you said that it is much better than the zinc nanoparticle, but did you, zinc oxide nanoparticles, did you actually compare how it is with against the actual gold nanoparticle? Because when you are comparing of a property of a composite, you compare the property of either or both of them, isn't it? Did you do the other one? Did you have
No,
any?
actually, here my intention was to enhance the properties which were already shown by zinc oxide nanoparticles. So actually, to be honest, I just compared only the zinc oxide nanoparticles and the gold nanoparticle anchored novel composite.
Yeah. So you didn't have any.
We couldn't hear Siddhi. Can I ask question again, Siddhi? Oh, Nimasha Veerakudi, you can ask question now?
Yes, I'm a bit interested on your study as a food microbiologist. I just wanted to know, how did you confirm the bacteria? Like, what is the medium that you use to see the diameter of inhibition zone?
Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. Actually, I have used the MHA media, Miller Hinton agar.
Okay.
And there, then I just got the already prepared cell suspensions, and they were just delivered over the dried MHA media. And then after that, I carried on my experiment.
Okay, thank you.
The,
if you
okay,
need,
thank
like,
you.
is this your undergraduate or postgraduate study?
Actually, this is my undergraduate.
Okay, if you want to further confirm the bacteria, I think we have the facility at our department.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Yes, we can get some more questions, please. I think last time Dusha, no, okay. I'll have one more question. Now you use zinc nitrate. How come to use zinc nitrate, but why can't you use zinc carbonate or zinc sulfate for this purpose?
Well, I went through so many research papers and I found that the most easiest and the convenient way, as well as the when comparing about the less toxic one, it was easy by using zinc nitrate. I could obtain most stable zinc oxide nanoparticles rather than using zinc carbonate or zinc sulfate. The zinc oxide nanoparticles which were formed by using the zinc nitrate were more stable. So my purpose also was to synthesize a stable one, so that I thought of moving on with zinc nitrate.
So if you leave this outside, your zinc nanoflowers and also the nickel gold anchored ones, are they quite stable at room temperature exposed to air? It doesn't absorb any water? How stable in long term? I'm just asking, have you anyway checked anything or whether
yes,
decoloration of this zinc by photo or moisture or anything?
No, sir. Decolorization was not observed for the synthesized nanocomposite. Actually, this normally the stored the synthesized gold nanoparticles were stored at 40 degrees Celsius. So otherwise, they will undergo agglomerations. Upon anchoring to zinc oxide nanoparticles, we didn't witness any decolorizations.
Yeah, Lahiru, now you can explain a bit more. I think your hand is raised now. Yes, over to you, Lahiru.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. So I'm just going to add on to what Nishani was saying. So this research was mainly done to investigate the synergistic effect of the composite between gold nanoparticles and zinc oxide nanoparticles. So as Nishani very correctly said, what we were expecting was the synergistic effect, and we observed that as well. But adding on to the very important comment raised by Professor Sarath, I mean, you asked about the stability, sir. In terms of zinc oxide, stability is not very challenging because we can easily make zinc oxide nanoparticles that are pretty stable under ambient conditions. But mostly what we have observed is the stability that we observe here with gold nanoparticles, because gold nanoparticles are typically very, very small. So they are only stable under suspended conditions. So in suspension, they will be very stable, but in the solid form, we will never be able to make gold nanoparticles because they are very small, the small dimensions. However, after anchoring the gold onto zinc oxide, what we observe here is that the composite is very stable, so that the gold nanoparticles, once anchored onto zinc, remains as nanoparticles even in the solid form. So we were able to get the composite in the solid form, where both the zinc oxide as well as the gold were remarkably stable under ambient conditions, which I think is a very good result that we observed in the studies. So that's to answer your question on the stability.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. It seems the undergraduate work has opened up a new area, and you can cash on a lot of papers on this thing. Okay. And I thank again Nishanti for the presentation. And we will move on to the presentation we missed out earlier. That is paper ID 125. I think they have found the recording now. Performance enhancement of dye-sensitized solar cells by treatment of dye extract of black nightshade fruits and fruit skin with acidic acid. And the authors are TTP Herath, GC Vikramasinghe, CN Bhupearachi, GMIP Aponsu, VP Esperera, and the present is going to be DTB Herath. Is over to you now.
Good evening. I am Dimuth Herath from Sabaragama University of Sri Lanka. My research topic is performance enhancement of dye-synthesized solar cells by treatment of dye extract of black nightshade fruit and fruit skin with acetic acid. Authors are from myself and Ms. G.C. Vikramasinghe, Mrs. C.N. Bhupearachi, and Professor V.P. S. Pereira from the Department of Physics, the Open University of Sri Lanka, and Professor G.M.L.P. Afonso from the Department of Physical Sciences and Technology, Sabaragama University of Sri Lanka. My presentation is mainly contented with objectives, introduction, methodology, results, conclusion, and references. Main objectives of my research work are extraction of natural pigments from black nightshade, Solanum nigrum, fruit and fruit skin, and fabricate dye-synthesized solar cells using natural pigment extraction and characterize the performance of solar cells. Okay, now we move into the next slide. Firstly, we have to know what is a solar cell. Solar cell is a photovoltaic device that converts the light energy into electrical energy based on the principles of photovoltaic effect. Then we have to know what is a dye-synthesized solar cell. A dye-synthesized solar cell is a kind of relatively low-cost solar cell with great potential, as its materials are considerably cheaper and it is simplicity in fabrication. Main components of dye-synthesized solar cells are semiconducting electrode, photoanode, the dye sensitizer, counter electrode, cathode, and redox electrolyte. In this slide, I have shown the experimental part of my research. Black nightshade, which is scientifically named as Solanum nigrum, is mainly composed with anthocyanin. Because of that, I have used natural pigments of black nightshade fruit flesh and fruit skin as dye synthesizer. This flowchart shows the preparation of natural dye extraction. According to that, 10 grams of fresh black nightshade fruit was crushed using a mortar and pestle. Then 10 grams of this mixture was dissolved in 30 ml of distilled water for 10 minutes and filtered to obtain dye aqueous solution. Then the skins were collected from the residue of the mixture by washing away the flesh and seeds of the fruit. Afterwards, those skins were boiled in 20 ml distilled water for 90 minutes at 100 Celsius until the skins became colorless and extracting the purple color pigment into the water. The same procedure was repeated for another 10 grams of crushed black nightshade with ethanol as the solvent, and fruit skins were heated for 60 minutes at 80 Celsius until the skins became colorless. All of the extracted dye solutions were stored in dark colored bottles separately until used. Okay, then moving to the next slide. Preparation of photoanodes. In this experiment, I have used titanium dioxide films as the photoanodes. To prepare that fluorine doped tin oxides, FTO plates were cut into a size of 1 cm times 2 cm plates. The glass plates were cleaned with tap water, detergent and distilled water by using ultrasonic cleaner for 5 minutes in each case. Washed glass plates were boiled in ethanol in a beaker on a hot plate at 80 Celsius for 15 minutes. 0.5 gram of P25 Degussa titanium dioxide powder was mixed with 0.1 gram of citric acid in a mortar and pestle by adding 7 ml of ethanol, 1 drop of Triton X100 and 1 drop of PEG 400. The mixture was ground for 30 minutes to obtain a uniform paste. The prepared titanium dioxide paste was coated in clean FTO glass plates by using the doctor blade technique, and the area of the titanium dioxide films on the FTO was 1 square centimeters. Then the coated titanium dioxide plates were heated in a furnace at 450 Celsius for 60 minutes. This chart shows the fabrication of photoanodes. 2 ml of the black nightshade fruit and fruit skin dyes which were extracted into distilled water were taken into 2 test tubes separately. Then another 2 ml of 2 samples were taken to 2 other test tubes from the same solution, and they were acidified with 0.5 ml of acetic acid. Then the same procedure was repeated for dye solutions which were extracted into ethanol as well. In each of these 8 dye solutions, a set of titanium dioxide films were soaked in for 30 minutes. Then the cells were washed with distilled water and dried using an air dryer. The next steps of this experiment are assembling of the dye synthesized solar cells and characterization. The conducting side of the platinum counter electrode and dye-absorbed titanium dioxide film were sandwiched and held with clamps. The capillary space between 2 electrodes was filled with an electrolyte which was prepared by using 0.83 gram of potassium iodide and 0.127 gram of iodine added into a solution containing acetonil and ethylene carbonate at 8:2 ratio. After that, the assembled cells were characterized for photovoltaic measurements under the irradiance of 1000 watt per meter illumination using a computer coupled galvanostat, potentiostat and Science Workshop 750 interface. UV visible spectra of extraction and acidified dyes were measured by using a multi-scan sky microplate spectrophotometer for optical characterizations. Now we are in results and discussion part. Firstly, we consider about the optical characteristics of dyes. This figure 1 shows the absorption spectra of 8 different samples. The absorption spectrum is determined by the chemical structure and color of the dye. According to Patil and Datar in 2015, it can be explained by the difference between the energy levels of the materials. As shown in figure 1, both extracts in water and ethanol show common intensified peak around 450 nanometer and 600 nanometer range after acidification. These peaks may be caused due to structural change in anthocyanin dye by acidification as depicted in figure 2. Now we consider about the photovoltaic characteristics of dye synthesized solar cells. Figure 3 shows the current density and the voltage characteristics of 8 different dye synthesized solar cells. And table number 1 shows the summary of the photovoltaic characteristics. As illustrated in table number 1, the higher short circuit photocurrent densities are shown by acidified extracted dye of black nightshade fruit skin in ethanol and fruit in distilled water. Acidification of extracts in both solution involved in enhancement of the photovoltaic characteristics of dye-synthesized solar cell. This phenomena may happen because of the intensified absorption peaks that the dye samples have in 450 nanometer to 600 nanometer region. When the acetic acid and anthocyanin react, it enhances the capability of binding to a semiconductor surface, making a strong contribution to current densities. The results of table number 1 illustrate that extracts in ethanol solution contribute to higher voltages. The polarity difference of the solvents may due to that phenomena, because polarity of the solvents plays a key role in adsorption of pigments on the titanium dioxide surface. Compared to the dye extract only from the skin, the dye extract from the fruit has given a higher voltage in dye-synthesized solar cells. According to Patil and Datar in 2015, this may be due to the passivation of traps in titanium dioxide film by phenolic compound present in the fruit flesh. Now we are in the final part of this presentation. We conclude that the absorption spectra of above samples intensification of peak can be seen in 450 nanometer to 600 nanometer ranges that attributes for high current density and the high efficiency of those dye-synthesized cells after acidification. It is also evident that photovoltage was high when the extracts were in ethanol solution, where the adsorption of the pigments is strongly determined by the polarity of the solvent. Further, photovoltage is highest in the cell sensitized by black nightshade fruit dye in ethanol, which could be due to the passivation trap states in titanium dioxide by phenolic compounds. Therefore, further studies should be done to investigate the effect of the acetic acid concentration and the effect of the solvent that dyes were extracted. These are the references that I have used to done this research. This is the end of this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Herat, for your presentation. Now it is open for discussions.
Okay, I have one question. No, Mr. Herat,
Yes.
yeah. Thank you very much for presenting your nice piece of work. And I have one question, just a simple one. And you have mentioned the efficiency of DSSC. Is that mainly due to the anthocyanin? So you didn't check whether you have any other pigments present in your fruit?
I didn't check for other pigments, but I think according to the research papers before the doing the research for black nightshade, that proves that anthocyanin is the most effective to that attribute that characterization.
Because within that range, you have mentioned that the lambda max it's 450 to somewhere like
600.
600, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Within that range, there might be some other pigments which can absorb the light, right? So that's why yeah.
Mr. Herat, you can switch on your video, then we can see you. Right. Next question from Rohan Senadir, please.
Yeah. Hello. Thank you. I hope you can hear me, no?
Yeah, we can hear you. Right.
Yeah. So this is not actually a very big question. So you mentioned that there could be some structural changes in the dye. due to the acidification.
Yes.
Yeah, have you checked with the FTIR or some other methods to whether it is really happening or not?
No, sir. According to the Partiland data 2015, there is the FTIR image for the anthocyanin in black nightshade. It is clear that paper clearly show that the structural changes in with pH values.
So same for the same
Yes, sir.
pigment,
Yes,
same
sir.
pigments.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And one more, please. The efficiency enhancement is basically due to the enhancement in the photocurrent. From we can see from your IV curves.
Yes, sir.
So maybe if you, I'm just suggesting, if you do the cyclic colorimetry studies for your acidified and the non-acidified things, maybe you can check the LUMO levels and whether it has increased or not, and like that. Then we can explain the enhancement in the current if it is a change in upwards, especially the LUMO level. You know,
yes, sir.
in the dyes we have these LUMO HOMO levels.
Yes.
So if you do the cyclic colorimetry and combine with the UV-visible, then we can have a good explanation for this enhancement also.
Yes, thank you, sir, for idea.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any questions? You can raise your... Any more questions? Now, some comments I think I just want to ask you. Now, these are fruits. I don't know whether you can extract much of the organic compound using water. I think better to stick to ethanol or methanol or something polar. Another thing you mentioned about these anthocyanins, and I don't know what is the function of acetic acid in acids like phenolic compounds. If you want to anchor them onto a zinc oxide, titanium dioxide, I would better use sodium hydroxide, a base. You can deprotonate them and make a permanent bond with that one. So what is the explanation for the use of acetic acid here?
So I have used acetic acid because according to the anthocyanin structure, the OH bond react with acetic.
Normally you have a base to deprotonate. You're going to protonate only the oxygen function somewhere, not the OH group. That's what I have a fundamental problem with your presentation. So sometimes it looks like you are playing in the dark, right? Are there any more questions or any more comments on this?
I was wondering whether they have actually followed some other protocols where they have used acidity.
Yeah.
I think maybe, as you say, there is gold mine in the basic region. They should actually study it with various pHs and then zero in on the pH range, you know. Right.
Yeah, that's what I also noticed actually. Yeah. Okay, thank you very much again, Mr. Herat, for your presentation. We move on to the next presentation. So it's going to be ID number 131, curcumin anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers, a novel composite nanomaterial with synergetically enhanced antimicrobial activity. The authors are L.A. Vijayanayaka, A. Vikrampala, and R.K. Dishanayaka. And the paper is presented by Ms. Asha Vikrampala. It's over to you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I welcome you all to my presentation. And I'm Asha Vikrampala. Today, I'm going to present our research findings on curcumin anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers. It's a novel composite nanomaterial with enhanced antimicrobial activity. My presentation will be going through this outline. First of all, I will give a very brief introduction about zinc oxide nanoparticles and curcumin. Nanoparticles are generally defined as particulate matter with at least one dimension that ranges between 1 nanometers to 100 nanometers. Examples for dimension are diameter, thickness, length, etc. These are some images of nanoparticles. Zinc oxide nanoflowers assemble from numerous thin and uniform nanosheets with a thickness between 1 nanometers to 100 nanometers. If I talk about curcumin, it is one of the organic compounds that has a natural yellow pigment. It is a polyphenol derived from Curcuma longa plant, commonly known as turmeric. This is the structure of curcumin. Now let's see the properties of zinc oxide nanoparticles and curcumin. Let me talk about the properties of zinc oxide nanoparticles first. They have antibacterial activity, antifungal activity, photocatalytic activity, anti-cancer activity, and antioxidant activity. If I talk about the properties of curcumin, it has antibacterial activity, antifungal activity, anti-cancer activity, and antioxidant activity. Next, we will see why do we need curcumin anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers. Both zinc oxide nanoparticles and curcumin have limited applications. According to research articles, zinc oxide nanoparticles show an absorption peak between 355 nanometers to 392 nanometers in UV spectrum. So the response of zinc oxide is greatly limited to UV wavelengths. Coupling curcumin onto zinc oxide nanoflowers therefore would enhance the photoresponsive range in the electromagnetic spectrum. So we will bring a hypothesis, that is curcumin anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers show enhanced antimicrobial activity. These are our objectives. First objective is synthesis and optimization of zinc oxide nanoflowers using a fossil chemical method. Second one is synthesis of curcumin anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers. Third one is investigation of the enhancement of antimicrobial activity of curcumin anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers. Then let's talk about how to synthesize zinc oxide nanoflowers. First, zinc nitrate hexahydrate and sodium hydroxide were dissolved in distilled water. Then the solutions were mixed together at once. After that, the mixed solution was heated at 50 degrees for 90 minutes. Then it was allowed to cool gradually to room temperature. Next, the final white precipitate was purified by centrifugation with distilled water. Then the moisture was removed by keeping the sample in a fume hood for 1 day. And finally, it was dried in vacuum oven at 31 degrees for 2 hours. Then we obtain zinc oxide nanoflower. These are the values of thickness of a nanosheet and diameter of a nanoflower. These are the SEM images of synthesized zinc oxide nanoflowers. Next, we will talk about curcumin anchoring on zinc oxide nanoflowers. First, prepared zinc oxide nanoflowers were added to freshly prepared ethanolic curcumin solution and it was allowed to stand overnight. Then, light yellow colored curcumin anchored zinc oxide nanoparticles were collected by centrifugation. After that, it was dried in a fume hood until ethanol was evaporated. Then it was dried in vacuum oven at 31 degrees for 2 hours. Then we obtain curcumin anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers. Now we will look at the way we have done the antimicrobial studies. Antimicrobial activities of zinc oxide nanoflowers and curcumin anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers were evaluated using drop diffusion method, while this diffusion method was performed on pure curcumin and hostile control. These are the results which we were obtained. According to this, curcumin-anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers have shown promising antibacterial activity and antifungal activity compared to the bare zinc oxide nanoparticles and curcumin. These are the images of inhibition zones which I have obtained by the antimicrobial studies. When it comes to the conclusions, curcumin-anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers were synthesized successfully. The diameter of the zinc oxide nanoflowers were approximately 1996 nanometers with a standard deviation of 400 nanometers. Thickness of the nanosheets of the nanoflowers were approximately 85 nanometers with a standard deviation of 20 nanometers. And curcumin-anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers have shown promising antibacterial activity and antifungal activity compared to the bare zinc oxide nanoparticles and curcumin. Our future directions are investigation of photocatalytic activity, anti-cancer activity, and antioxidant activity of curcumin-anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers. Next, investigation of surface adsorption properties of curcumin-anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers. Further, detailed characterization of curcumin-anchored zinc oxide nanoflowers and bare zinc oxide nanoparticles. Now I have come to the end of my presentation. So I would like to thank my dear supervisor Dr. Lahi Vijayanayaka, Professor OURS2020, the head of the Department of Chemistry, and all the academic and non-academic staff members, and Dr. Anga Disanayaka, the Department of Pharmacy, Faculty of Allied Health, University of Sri Jayawardhanapura. These are the references which I have used here.
Right.
Thank you very
Asha, for
much.
thank you, Asha, for your presentation. It's quite nice. And now the paper is open for discussions. You can raise your hand and ask questions now. The presenter, could you please your video on, then we can see you easily. Right. Questions, please. It is some sort of continuation of the paper ID 130. And this time they have used some curcumin for anchoring. So any queries you want to sort out, it's time to ask questions.
Yeah, I think this time it is a bit of a complete one because he has compared the what is it, the curcumin and anchored zinc oxide nanoflower with both zinc oxide and curcumin. So that was really, really good. Whereas in the previous one, it was not compared with the gold one. That's why I asked that question. I got lost. So it's a good work. I think you better see whether this has any application, because I remember in the faculty research grants, somebody asked for funds for this curcumin to be, sprayed onto canines, that is dogs, for them to get rid of those insects or what the little insects they have on the body. So I think this is the direction that you should move forward, not to keep it with you.
Right. Any more questions? Any more comments? And if I may ask one question, why did you select curcumin?
Bioactivity of curcumin is very high compared to the other polyphenols, and it's commercially available. That's why I thought to select curcumin for my study.
And have you noticed there are some functionalities in that particular compound? What are the main functionalities in that compound?
that has according to the research papers I have referred, they have antibacterial, antifungal, and antioxidant
No,
activity.
no, I'm asking the chemical structure. No, I'm asking the chemical structure. What are the functional groups in that one?
It has beta diketo groups.
So it even can make complexation with your
Yeah.
whatever particles, because there are ACAC type six-member ring can be formed easily. So maybe you might have a stable compound formed. And what is the dosage you get in when you put it that your curcumin into this one? What percentage or any idea about the loading? How much material on?
It's not clear, sir. Can
No,
you
when
explain
you
it again?
yeah, now how much curcumin being gone into your nanoparticles or nanoflowers?
The
You
coverage
don't
was 2000 ppm.
coverage. Yeah, I'm asking some sort of coverage. Yes,
Yeah, 2000 ppm.
2000 ppm. Any other comments? Yes, there's another Nimesha. You can ask. Yes, please. Nimsha. We can't hear. You have to
Yeah,
unmute.
sorry. Yes. It is interesting research. I just wanted to share with you some comments for the improvements. When you are looking for antimicrobial activity, it is better to optimize the conditions, because I don't know whether you are aware, like you have to put 10 to the 5 CFU per mil, and also you should know how much you are putting on, and then you can accordingly quantify the diameter of inhibition zone. Likewise, and also get the diameter of inhibition zone of the turmeric for maybe 10 milligrams. Likewise, standardize the measurements, which is very important for future, I think, because normally turmeric get dissociate at with the sunlight. That is the drawback of the turmeric. So it's very good to go forward.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you, Nimsha, for your good comments. That's what the research forum is for, to contribute other people to, for researchers to live on that and make some more improvements. And Lyra, you can talk now.
Yes, Professor Sarath, thank you very much. And thank you very much everyone who commented on the work. I think like Professor Sarath pointed out, the point of us presenting was to get your feedback. So thank you very much for all the encouraging words. Just to add on what Professor Sarath was saying, so you asked about the coverage of curcumin on zinc oxide. Part of the initial thoughts that were put into this research in synthesizing the nanoflowers was to create a new morphology that could anchor the maximum amount of a given substance. For example, in nanotechnology, when we think about nanoparticles, most people confine our attention to spherical shaped nanoparticles. But just like the definition of nanotechnology says, they don't have to be spherical. They can be of any morphology as long as there's a single dimension in the nanoscale. So that's why we thought of this new architecture, which will optimize or maximize perhaps the ability to anchor different molecules on the surface because of the presence of surface and internal crevices. That is basically why we made the nanoflower architecture. And actually that's what we have observed, because as Asha pointed out, the absorbance of curcumin on zinc oxide nanoflowers was about 2000 ppm. So we have seen a remarkable capacity for molecules to be anchored on zinc oxide because of the increased presence of surface area. So therefore, we are hoping to take this even further. And as Professor Sitti pointed out, we are hoping to characterize this further, and we are hoping to do more control studies to understand this morphology so that they can be put into more use. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. And I can see there's an oxygen function and the zinc, normally hard systems. You are more likely to get absorbed on these ones. I think you should continue, try more other molecules, and there you have a gold mine, and for you to capitalize. Okay, since there aren't any more questions or comments, I would move on to the next presentation. It's presentation number 135, or the ID number 135, natural dye extracted from Cariza spinarum fruit and investigation of its potential in dye sensitized solar cells. And the author is going to be K.T. Hettiarachchi, T.R. Senimiratna, A.M.U.S. Arthanayaka, and V.P.S. Pereira. And K.T. Hettiarachchi is over to you now.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm K.T. Hettiarachchi and I'm a student of the Open University of Physics Department. Today I would like to present about the natural dye extracted from Cariza spinarum fruits and investigation of its potential in dye sensitized solar cells. So this is the content of the entire presentation. The objectives are extract natural pigments from Heen Karamba Cariza spinarum fruit and identify the active pigments that can be used to sensitize solar cells, and fabricate DSSC using natural pigment extraction of Heen Karamba and characterize the performance of solar cells. We will move on to the introduction. Solar cell is a photovoltaic device that converts the sunlight directly into electricity by using photovoltaic effect. A dye-sensitized solar cell is one of the photovoltaic cells that use of dyes. In 1991, Mitchell Gratzel and Brian Origan invented dye-sensitized solar cell, often called Gratzel cell. DSSC is relatively low-cost, simple fabrication with low maintenance. It consists of 4 components: semiconducting electrode, photoanode, the dye sensitizer, counter electrode cathode, and redox electrolyte. The dye sensitizer can be synthetic or natural dye, and it plays a major role in the cell to absorb visible light photo. Several metal complexes and organic dyes widely used as sensitizers because of their efficiency. However, they are very expensive and poses an issue for the environmental and health risk. But the natural dye is inexpensive, easy to obtain, harmless, complete biodegradation, simple and safe extraction from plants without requiring complex synthetic procedures. Here we use natural dye sensitizer in DSSC. The dye extracted from Cariza spinarum fruit, normally called as Heen Karamba. It belongs to family Apocynaceae. Figure 1 shows the Cariza spinarum fruit. Fully ripe Cariza spinarum fruit is a source of anthocyanin, mainly cyanidine-free glycoside, alkaloids, tannin and ascorbic acid. This is the methodology. First we move on to the preparation of natural dye extraction. First, the ripe Heen Karamba fruits washed with distilled water and dried. Then extracted 3 samples of dye solution from seedless full fruit, skin and flesh of the fruit. After, crushed 1 gram of each sample. Then add ethanol to extract the dye and filtered. Finally, stored in glass bottles and kept in the refrigerator at 4 degrees Celsius until use. Preparation of working electrode. First, clean conductive glass plates using ultrasonic bath and identify the conductive site. Then ground the titanium dioxide mixture for 15 minutes in the mortar and using pestle. Spread this paste on the open area of conducting glass sheets by the Dr. Blade method. Then remove the adhesive tapes, sintering the titanium dioxide layer at 450 degrees Celsius for 30 minutes. Then cool down the glass sheets to the room temperature. Immerse the glass sheets in 2 ml of dye solution in the test tube for 1 hour. Then wash the unabsorbed dye from distilled water and air dye the die-coated film and use it as a photoelectrode in the cell. Assembling of DSSC. Use iodine iodide solution as an electrolyte, and a platinum sputtered glass plate used as a counter electrode. Then the conducting side of the counter electrode and die-coated titanium dioxide film placed together using two clips, and fill the capillary space between the two electrodes with the electrolyte. After assembling, the DSSC was energized using a 1000 watt per square meter light source. The galvanostat and potentialostat were used to measure the photovoltaic effect. The electrochemical impedance spectra were measured using autolab, and the optical characterization was carried out using UV visible spectrometer. Next we look at the results. Figure 3 shows the JV characteristics of photoanode of full fruit, skin and flesh of the fruit. The graphs clearly show the highest current density is full fruit dye extraction, and the highest voltage is flesh of the fruit dye extraction. The table 1 shows photovoltaic measurements, fill factor and efficiency of DSSCs for different dye extractions. According to the table, the highest current density 2.01 milliampere per square centimeter obtained for full fruit dye extraction, and the highest voltage obtained flesh of the fruit dye extraction, it's 384 millivolt. Both full fruit and flesh of the fruit dye extractions showed equal efficiencies, 0.294%. In here, figure 4 shows the electrochemical impedance curves and equivalent circuits of DSSC. According to the curves, the lowest impedance obtained for the full fruit dye extraction, so it's the highest conductivity of cell among the three types. Table 2 shows simulated results of series resistance and charge transfer resistance for the different dyes in DSSCs. The charge transfer resistance are one of counter electrode and electrolyte interface, and the charge transfer resistance of R2 of the photoanode and electrolyte interface for the device. Figure 6 shows the UV visible spectrum of full fruit dye extraction. The dye absorbs in the visible range from 400 to 800 nanometer, and the absorption peak at around 520 nanometer. Let's move on to the conclusion. The anthocyanin based natural dye was extracted from Carissa spinarum fruit dye extraction of full fruit, skin and flesh of the fruit. The full fruit dye extraction shown an absorption spectral peak at around 520 nanometer in the visible region, where the hump in the middle region is contributed due to presence of anthocyanin. It contains several pigments attributed the highest performance of 2.01 milliampere per square centimeter short circuit current. Both full fruit and flesh of the fruit dye extraction showed equal efficiency of 0.294%. The skin of the fruit mostly contains anthocyanin dye, but with that alone the performance of the DSSC was poor. It's evident that the company of several pigments in the dye solution result better performance in DSSCs rather than restricting to the single pigment. These are the references. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Hitrachi, for your presentation. And now this paper is open for discussion. Could you please use the raise hand option? You can make a comment, and then that will be helpful for the researchers. Yeah, Rohan, please.
Yeah, just a comment. Have you checked the absorption of three different pigments? I mean, the solution extracted from fruit and skin and the flesh, because skin only the skin doesn't give the efficiency as you got from the other solutions. So have you checked that absorption is almost same for all these components, or is there any difference between the absorption of the skin and the other stuffs? Hello.
Yeah, Ms. Hittarachi, please answer the question. You can switch on the video as well. Yeah.
Both full fruit dye extraction and flesh of the fruit dye extraction obtain the same efficiency, but
Yes.
the skin is not good efficiency.
Yeah, I see that in the table, but I just wanted to know that the absorption is same for all or not. The absorption curve, you haven't checked that, no? Are you? So you showed the absorption curve for one fruit, full fruit only. So full fruit, but you can compare the absorption spectrum of the compound getting from only skin. Maybe you don't have some things or like that. You haven't compared that, no? No, because the only skin doesn't give the same efficiency, though it is very low. And there's another thing from the resistance value. How can we say that full fruit? How can we compare this full fruit and the other things? I mean, the interface resistance. How can they change? Is there any idea? How it is affecting? Yeah.
Impedance is lowest flesh of the full fruit dye extraction. So the conductivity is highest in this extraction.
Yeah. Do you have any idea why it is happening?
No, sir.
Yeah, anchoring or not? You haven't checked that, no? Yeah, better check those things because. Okay, right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Nimsa, please, you can ask the question now.
What made you to take the specific plant material, like for the fruit? How about the seasonality of the fruit and how easy to take that for large scale production?
We compare this fruit type between the Carissa Karandas fruit. We want to what is the best performance.
So why you have specifically selected this plant, what we call Caris bias, in Karamba?
In previous study, our research group research for the Carissa Karandas jams and fruit. So we want to compare what is the efficiency of better efficiency. We check.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, may I ask some question now? I can see the difference between your previous presenter in the same area. They used water, and in case sometime you use only ethanol this time. And can you name some of the anthocyanin present in this fruit? By the literature, you should know something. What are the names of anthocyanins? No, I'm asking the names of the compound. There are specific.
Cyanidine triglycoside.
No, there. When you say anthocyanin is a group of compounds, there are names per particular number of OH groups and all that. There are names for that one. So you don't know the names of these compounds? You don't know. But okay, you don't know. But now since all of your group people are trying to get anthocyanin extract and look at this absorption or anchoring and then the activity, but you can buy these one of the compounds and then you can have very quantitative analysis of these things, and this specific anthocyanin will give this sort of enhancement, I would say, is there's time to do rather than getting all the material from plants and or the fruits. You have a specific one and have a test on that one whether they are going to improve uh, a significant amount of whatever your measurements. Any other comments? Anybody wants to ask any more at some comments? Okay, since there aren't any more questions, so we'll move on to the next presentation. Thank you very much again, Mr. Tiarachi. And it is synthesis and characterization of nanostructured P-type cuprous oxide using Benedict solution. The authors are G.C. Vikramasinghe, V.P.S. Pereira, and R. Senthilnidhi. The present is going to be G.C. Vikramasinghe. Is over to you.
Good afternoon, I am Gimhan Shatrika Vikramasinghe. My research topic is synthesis and characterization of nanostructured P-type cuprous oxide using Benedict solution. Authors are myself and Professor V.P.S. Pereira from Department of Physics and Dr. R. Senthilnidhi from Department of Chemistry, Open University of Sri Lanka, Naval. Outline of my presentation are introduction, objective, methodology, results and discussion, conclusion. First I move on to the introduction part of my presentation. My main research project is related with the find the novel method of copper oxide nanoparticles and construct the thin film from the copper oxide for the thin film solar cell applications. There are two types of copper oxide mostly used in the solar cell applications. They are cuprous oxide and cupric oxide. Cuprous oxide can be P-type or N-type semiconductor according to their formation method. It has low cost to produce and it is non-toxic. The main objective of this study are synthesis of cuprous oxide nanoparticle by chemical reduction of Benedict solution with glucose at different environment and characterization of synthesized three-colored cuprous oxide particles using Montessori analysis and SRT analysis for different applications. Next I move on to the experimental part of my research. First I synthesized the cuprous oxide nanoparticle using the reaction of the Benedict test. Benedict solution was prepared in the laboratory using the following method. Powder of anhydrous sodium carbonate, citric acid, copper 2 sulfate was dissolved with the 500 ml of deionized water and the pH value of Benedict region was adjusted using 5m sodium hydroxide. After that, each 20 ml of glucose solution slowly added to each 100 ml of Benedict solutions in 3 conical flasks placed on the hot plate set at 160 degrees of Celsius under vigorous stirring to obtain the copper oxide particles. After that, within 10 minutes, yellow color precipitate was appeared temperature at 50 degrees of Celsius in mixture. The orange color and red color precipitates were appeared in solutions after 20 minutes and 30 minutes respectively, and the temperature values of in that moments were 60 degrees of Celsius and 80 degrees of Celsius. precipitates were separated out from each solution and washed 3 times with deionized water using centrifugation. The precipitate were collected into the 3 petri dishes separately and dried in an oven at 100 degrees of Celsius. The yellow color, orange and red color cuprous oxide were labeled as sample 1, 2, 3 respectively. They were stored in a desiccator till used for characterization. I used the following method to the preparation of the cuprous oxide thin film from the above 3 samples separately. 2 mg of cuprous oxide and 0.5 ml of deionized water ground for 15 minutes in a mortar to obtain the tiny paste. To obtain the thin film of the samples, the tiny paste was spread on the conductive side of the pre-cleaned FTO glasses using Dr. Blading method. After that, thin films of samples were heated on hot plate at 120 degrees of Celsius for 30 minutes. Under the characterization of sample, the structural properties of cuprous oxide particles were investigated using high energy X-ray diffraction analysis in a scanning angle ranges from 20 degrees to 80 degrees. The film of cuprous oxide were categorized by the Motshoki measurement using computer coupled with the meter-ohm autolab to find the flat band potential. Let's see the results and discussion part of my presentation. This figure shows the X-ray diffraction pattern of 3 samples of cuprous oxide. SRD results were confirmed that the particles of cuprous oxide were highly crystalline. There is no 8 characteristic peaks of impurities were detected such as the cupric oxides. Therefore, products obtained from above method were highly pure. Diffraction peak appeared corresponding to the planes of cuprite as shown in this figure that indicates the formation of the cubic copper 1 oxide nanocrystals. The crystalline size was calculated by the D/shear equation. Table 1 shows calculated average crystalline size of the 3 samples. The size of yellow cuprous oxide is 18 nanometers. The size of orange cuprous oxide is 40 nanometers. That values for red color cuprous nanoparticles is 76 nanometers. Let's see now results of Motshoki measurement of thin films of cuprous oxide. Figure 3 shows the graph of reciprocal square capacitance versus potential for each samples. The negative slopes of Motshoki plots confirm that the 3 types of cuprous oxides are p-type. Table 2 shows the flat band potential values for 3 samples from the Motshoki plots. The flat band potential for yellow color cuprous oxide is 0.87 volt. That values for orange color and red color copper oxides are 0.85 volt and 0.75 volt. The accepted concentration of the samples were determined from the slope of the plot. Those values also indicate on this table. According to the calculated results, you can clearly see yellow color cuprous oxide will report highly accepted concentration value than other 2 samples. Now I move on to the last part of my presentation. Finally, we concluded that SRD results indicated that the yellow, orange and red colored cuprous oxide nanoparticles are cubic shapes with average particle sizes of 40 nanometers and 76 nanometers respectively. The flat band potential of yellow, orange and red colored P-type cuprous oxide nanocrystalline particles were 0.87 volt, 0.85 volt and 0.75 volt respectively. The acceptor concentration of yellow color cuprous oxide nanoparticle has high acceptor concentration due to presence of Cu plus sites in the crystal lattice. In future studies, we hope to do further analysis about the electrochemical, optical and photovoltaic characterization of thin film from these cuprous oxide nanoparticles, and those thin films will be utilized in solar cell applications. These are the references which I used in this study. Finally, I am thankful for Professor V.P.S. Pereira and Dr. OURS2020 who had guided me in this project. And we are grateful the financial support received from the competitive research grant of the Open University of Sri Lanka. Thank you all of you for your kind attention to my presentation.
Right. Thank you very much, Ms. Vikramasinghe, for your presentation. And now paper is open for discussion. And there's a question from Lahiru. Go ahead, Lahiru, now.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Gimhani, for that wonderful presentation. It was very interesting. Gimhani, one of the questions that I had was, how do you exactly know that the oxidation state of the copper in your compound is 1+? Did you do any other characterizations
No,
to determine the oxidation state?
No, sir, because here SRD is data of SRD. It shows this product is the highly pure the copper Cu2O nanoparticles. That's Cu2O nanoparticles can within this thin films they can point defects with holes with cuprous plus sites. That's I mentioned here cuprous plus particles here.
Okay. Okay, Gimhani, other part of my question is regarding the different colors that you observed. So do you think there's any morphological variations that results in these colors as well? Because I mean, ideally, have you done any imaging to observe the particle dimensions or the particle shapes that you have observed? Or do you, because I saw the values of the particle sizes that you have presented. So in addition, have you done any imaging as well, Gimhani?
Yes, I'm hope to do the SEM results and UV spectroscopy results for these three colored copper oxide particles. We will going to publish another paper to help that work.
Okay.
Thank you.
So just as a comment, I think since some of the particles you claim them to be very small, maybe SEM might not be very helpful. You might have to go with higher resolution. So maybe you'll have to do TEM. However, I mean, first of all, you'll have to do some analysis and find out the size, because if you really think that the particles are very small, go with transmission electron microscopy, not SEM. So thank you, Gimhani. Good luck with your work.
Thank you, sir.
Imhani,
Any more questions?
Yeah, in your slide number 9, I think you gave some concentration? But those, no, yes.
Acceptor concentrations. All concentrations in the thin film.
Concentration in, is this the unit correct?
Sorry, and we are finding the this concentration to as a density, like that I mentioned here.
Okay.
Yes, any more questions? And a small comment, what I see actually now you mentioned, there are 3 different colors with cupric oxide. And have you, I think best thing is to, like, the Lahiru mentioned, there is a doubtfulness whether you are having copper 1
or copper 2 or copper metal. Because these copper systems can easily disproportionate and you might get copper particles as well. So your reaction time, I don't know whether good enough to convert one into the other one within 10 minutes. So you can have a microanalytical data to show whether you have the correct what do you call analysis. It's good, if you can have 3 different colors of copper cupric oxide, is marvelous. But there's some doubtfulness, having 10 minutes, and how do we know if the reaction is complete or not? So just a comment. I think you can think about it. And yeah, any more comment on that one, Lairu? What do you think about it? Analysis.
So, I mean, if you really want to determine the oxidation state, I think XPS would be the best technique, X-ray photoelectron spectroscopy. Because, I mean, if we can get that done, that will reveal whether it's actually copper 1+ or 2+ for sure.
Or even copper 0, you might have the copper metal deposition.
Exactly, because depending on the extent of the reaction, anything is possible. So, XPS would be the best technique to provide that information, I would say.
Right. Thank you very much again for the presenter.
If you have, I don't know whether you use any inert condition in the preparation of these, very unstable oxidation states. As you say, Sarat, there can be mixtures. There can be problems with the oxidation states, right?
Yeah.
Can I comment on that?
Yeah, Susira, go ahead, Susira.
So look at the XRD patterns. So it clearly says, show that there are no any copper present.
All right, good. Yeah.
So the 3 XRD patterns that we observe for the 3 compounds are the same. So they have same planes, and they confirm that the peaks that we are getting there is for Cu2O one state.
One or two. Yeah, Lairu, you can comment on that. Something. His hand is raised now.
Just wanted to point out one thing in terms of the Benedict solution being used for the testing of sugars. I think the extent of the reaction is actually indicated by the different colors as well. I mean, sometimes we observe that if the reaction is allowed to occur for a longer duration, you go from yellow to orange to red color. So be a little careful, because sometimes that observation might be a little misleading as well. So just be a little careful on that regard as well, Gimhani. If you do a little Google search, you might find out more information about that as well. Just wanted to point that out, sir. Thank you.
Yeah, Susila, you can go now. You can talk. Okay, yeah.
So what I want to say is there is no any copper there, because so we are getting new peaks for the presence of copper. So it is from the XRD, it confirmed that everything has converted into Cu2O.
Oh yeah, that's what we want. Actually, we want a discussion, and it will helpful for all the audience to know some chemistry, and that's what my idea is, to generate some discussion going on. Okay, thank you very much again, Gimhani, and we'll move on to the. We are slightly lagging behind at the moment, so we'll move on to the next presentation. ID number 146, spectroscopic quantification of methanol in wine, method development, method validation, and sample analysis. And the authors are L.A. Vijayanayaka, D. Ranasinghe, S. Vimalasena, and D. Ranasinghe is going to present it. It's over to you now.
Good evening, I am Dilshani Ranasinghe. Today I am here to present my research project, Spectroscopic Quantification of Methanol in Wine, Method Development, Method Validation and Sample Analysis. This research project was supervised by Dr. Lahiruve Vijayanayaka and Ms. Samantha Vimalasena. Introduction. Nowadays, methanol poisoning is a significant social concern, especially in developing countries. Such poisoning occurs via consumption of alcoholic beverages containing methanol, especially in fermented liquors. The Food and Drug Administrator of the United States of America reported that the no observed adverse effect level in humans for methanol is 71 to 84 milligram or kilogram body weight per day. So the current method for the quantification of methanol in alcoholic beverages required sophisticated instrument and high technical knowledge. So it is very useful to develop simple, efficient and quantitative method. So here a method for the detection of methanol was developed by conducting apt modifications on the ISO 13888 visual colorimetry. Objective: development of a simple, efficient and sensitive colorimetric detection method for methanol in alcoholic beverages, method validation and the analysis of the detection efficiency, applicability of the developed method for commercial-able wine samples and homemade wine samples, and the comparison of results with standard measurements. Methodology and materials. Reagents: 0.2 mK-MnO4, 5% oxalic acid, chief reagent 10% ethanol. Instrument: UV visible spectrophotometer, GSA and alkalizer. Original procedure. Original procedure only applicable to methanol concentrations between 1000 to 15,000 and it's a qualitative method. And according to this method, we have to prepare 5 methanol standards between 1000 to 15,000 and experimental procedure 5 minutes of each methanol standard, add 2 minutes of KM-NFO and keep 10 minutes, add 2 minutes of oxalic acid, 5 minutes of chief reagent and allow to stand 1 hour and visual color comparison with methanol standards and samples. Modified procedure. We developed this method to quantify methanol concentrations below 1000 ppm and prepared 5 methanol standards such as 100, 250, 500, 750 and 1000 ppm. An experimental procedure: 1 ml of each methanol standard and 3.5 ml of 10% ethanol and 1 ml of distilled water and 3.5 ml of 10% ethanol as a blank, and add 2 ml of KM-NO4, then keep 10 minutes and add 2 ml of oxalic acid, 5 ml of chief reagent and allow to stand 1 hour and measured lambda max and the absorbance of each methanol standards. These all readings were replicated, and using this data we can plot a standard calibration graph, methanol concentration versus absorbance, and using this standard calibration graph we can find unknown concentrations of methanol in alcoholic beverages. Principle. Theory behind this process is methanol oxidation by potassium permanganate and oxidized permanganate removed by oxalic acid. In here 3 main reactions happen: methanol to formaldehyde and further formic acid, ethanol to ethanoic acid and further acetic acid, and form formaldehyde react with chief reagent and make a Prussian blue color complex. The first two reactions are competitive reaction. That means ethanol leads to delay formation of the formaldehyde to formic acid because chief reagent only react with formaldehyde, not formic acid. Figure 1 show the color development of methanol standard. Method validation. Method validation is the process of verifying that the method is fit for the purpose or not. And method validation parameters: accuracy, R-squared, LOD, LOQ, linearity, intercept, slope, repeatability, reproducibility. And figure 2 show the calibration graph of the methanol standards. Methanol concentration versus absorbance. Its R-squared is 0.9995, that means it has good linearity, and the accuracy 99.07 plus or minus 0.3, R-squared 0.9995, LOD 26 ppm, LOQ 79 ppm, linearity 79 to 1000 ppm, intercept 0.0212, slope 0.0006. Sample analysis. Developed method was applied to the commercial-able wine samples and homemade wine samples. 26 commercial-able wine samples and 10 homemade wine samples were collected and compared their colorimetric results with GC results. And figure 3 show the colorimetric results of commercial-able red wine samples. These results show that most of the commercial-able wine samples are methanol concentrations between 50 to 150. And figure 4 show the comparison of colorimetric results with GC results of commercial-able wine samples. Furthermore, we conduct this research to quantify methanol concentrations in homemade wine samples. So we collect 10 homemade wine samples and quantify methanol concentrations, and figure 5 show the colorimetric results of homemade wine samples. 71% of homemade wine samples show methanol concentrations below 27 ppm, and 29% of homemade samples show methanol concentrations between 27 to 79 ppm. And figure 6 show the comparison of colorimetric results with GC results of homemade wine samples. Findings and conclusion. This modified method is only applicable to methanol concentrations between 79 to 1000 ppm, and ethanol, 10% ethanol is not needed to use when the methanol concentration is high, and chief reagent is the turning point of this experiment, so we should prepare and use freshly prepared chief reagent, and methanol concentration was below 250 ppm in all commercial level wine samples and all homemade wine samples. Hence, the overall findings suggest the possibility of utilizing the modifications adapted here as to develop a simple and efficient qualitative colorimetric tool for testing the compliance of alcoholic beverages to standard permissible levels of methanol as potential fuel. These are the references, and I would like to thank to Government Analyst Department for providing the facilities to conduct this research project, and thank you all of you.
Right, thank you, Miss Ranasinghe, for your nice presentation, very complete one. And the paper is open for discussion now. Any comments or any questions, any clarification? There are 3 components in this paper. Yeah, I just asked simple one. Actually, now this is good for particularly for illicit brewings. So have you ever tested this, kasipu, anything, whether we can use and see methanol content in this illicit brewings?
No, illicit liquors, nowadays illicit liquors don't have methanol because they are not used in fruit pods. They only use sugar. That's why there is no methanol.
No methanol, I don't know, because people sometimes get sick because of methanol content, because I think particularly depends on how you fractionate it. So if you don't fractionate it properly, yeah.
Because they are using the industrial ethanol. The industrial ethanol mixing with methanol, they don't know that and use it. That's why poisoning the illicit liquors, most of the cases.
All right. Any comments or any questions regarding this paper?
So what is the next step now? You have found that this is good enough for this range of concentration. So can you recommend this to routine analysis, or is there any possibility of that? Because that should be the final outcome, isn't it? Or you need to do more work?
Need to do more.
Now, if you have done a very simple method of all these and it's very easy to do, why don't you try for a patent application or something?
Yeah.
Okay, I think this is now we are a bit of behind the schedule. So thanks again, Ms. Ranasinghe, and for the presentation. And we'll move on to the last paper. Is ID number 153, a survey on Sri Lankan Western Province car market and prediction of prices of a used car. And the authors are D.D. Elivalathanna and E.R.A.D. Bandar. And I don't know how it comes under physical sciences. Anyway, it's good fun for us to know, because now we are having problems buying cars and things. So over to you, the presenter.
Welcome you all to the presentation of the paper ID 153 in Open University Research Symposium 2020. Before starting, I would like to ask like this. Have you ever think about the number of motor vehicles in Sri Lanka? According to the latest statistics, the Sri Lankan motor vehicle population is more than 7 million. Therefore, can you imagine the wide of the market of those massive number of motor vehicles? Out of them also, most of us are interested in the car market specifically. So here we are addressing a survey on Sri Lankan Western Province car market and prediction of a price of a used car. I am Dinushika Alivalatanna, my supervisor Mr. Anjana Bandara. We are from Department of Statistics, University of Colombo. If I quickly go through the outline of the presentation, firstly, we'll focus on a brief introduction. Secondly, the methodology. Thirdly, results. And finally, the conclusions and the recommendations. Let's start with the introduction. Here, the very first thing is, what is a used car? A used car is a vehicle that has previously had one or more retail owners, has run primarily on roads, seats 1 to 8 people, has 4 tires, and mainly transport people rather than goods. Same as a usual market, car market also contains mainly two parties, which are car sellers and car buyers. Current situation of this market is no clearly established procedure to determine the price of a used car. Therefore, there might be several unrecognized factors that have high influencing power when determining the prices of the cars. Therefore, to address those problems, our research question come up to the stage. That is, what are the most associated factors which can be used to predict the price of a used car in Sri Lankan vehicle market? To answer this research question, two main objectives were focused. First one is identify the factors that are associated with the price of a used car. Second one is develop a model to predict the price of a used car. Moving on to the significance of the study in seller's point of view to get an idea about the value of their car before bringing it to the market, from buyer's point of view to decide how much money will spend on their dream car. Other than that, policy makers can get detailed overview about the car prices in the market that will help them to develop car taxation policies in more appropriate manner. Additionally, people get perfect information about the market, especially that would be highly beneficial for financial institutions, leasing companies, and so on. Price prediction of a used car is not a simple task. It is right knowledge that the value of a used car depends on number of factors. Therefore, this study considered several factors to get the clear picture behind the price of a used car. Those are physical attributes, details of the advertisement, age of the car, and other additional details about the car. Next, we will focus on the methodology of the study. Mainly, there are three stages as sampling plan, questionnaire designing and data collection, and finally, analysis of data. Let's start with the sampling plan. In there, our target population is all the used cars manufactured after 2009 and registered or unregistered in Western Province that are advertised for sale in newspapers during September month in 2019 for Sri Lankan market. In Sri Lankan car market, there are collection of millions of cars with wide variety of features in every aspect. Due to this heteroscedasticity characteristic in our sampling units, we use stratified sampling as our sampling technique. In there, based on background knowledge about available car brands, we divided the population into 7 strata like this. 5 individual brands and 2 combinations. One combination is for the luxury brands and the other combination for the remaining brands. In questionnaire designing and the data collection, data collected through newspaper advertisements and telephone survey, questionnaire was very straightforward to variables. First, we collected weekly samples. Those weekly sample sizes were obtained by the Yeaman's formula. Finally, total sample size was the summation of all 4 weekly samples. After determining the sample sizes, we randomly selected sample units from each stratum and finally ended up with 347 car records with 22 variables. Moving on to the analysis of data, first phase was the data cleaning and pre-processing. Second phase was the descriptive analysis. In there, univariate and bivariate analysis were conducted with correlation test, Goodman-Kruskal test, and variance inflation factor test. In the final phase, we assess the clustering tendency of the data set and develop generalized linear models with gamma distribution and multiple linear regression models with penalties. We will focus on the results of the study. These are some insights of the descriptive analysis. Most common car attributes are Toyota brand, automatic transmission type, white color, having 5 doors and 5-seated facilities. Highest number of cars have engine capacity as 1500 cc. But there is a wide range from 25 cc to 3200 cc. These small engine capacities for electric cars which have been newly launched to Sri Lankan vehicle market. Therefore, still there are limited number of small engine capacity cars in Sri Lankan second-hand car market. During the last 10 years, the highest number of cars registered in 2015. Car color, advertised person, advertisement medium, and district didn't express a relationship with car prices in this study even though we expected. There was around minus 0.6 correlation between kilometer reading and fuel consumption. That is very obvious relationship where the high engine capacity cars have low fuel consumption. Goodman-Kruskal measure 1 indicated the stronger relationship in car model with brand and car model with vehicle type. Other than that, there were some stronger relationships also which indicated Goodman-Kruskal measure higher than 0.8. Moreover, VIF test was confirmed that some variables contain multicollinearity in this dataset. After that, clustering tendency was computed by using Hopkins statistics. In there, we obtained 0.43, which is less than 0.5. Therefore, it can be concluded that the dataset is uniformly distributed. So, whole dataset was considered at once, and the whole dataset was divided randomly into 2 parts called training set and the test set. All the models were developed by using the training set and those models were tested by using the test set. In here, especially, we observe that the original used car price has a positively skewed distribution. Based on the background knowledge, it is known that there are only very few extreme expensive cars in the second-hand car market. So, this might be the main practical aspect behind obtaining a positively skewed distribution. So, log transformation was applied to the original variable and obtained a normally distributed distribution. As the first model of the study, generalized linear model with gamma distribution was used to model the original dependent variable with some selected independent variables. But the problem here is very high mean absolute percentage error for the testing data set. R value also comparatively very low to obtain this as an adequate model. Since we have multicollinearity in our dataset, multiple linear regression models with penalties were used to develop an adequate model for log transformed used car prices. In there, we developed ridge regression model, lasso regression models, and elastic net regression models. Out of all the models implemented, the best model have chosen considering highest R-squared value with lowest number of variable and comparing the minimum mean square error for the test set. So the best model is lasso regression model under one standard deviation of minimum lambda. Best model containing car condition, model, brand, original country, manufactured year, registered year, vehicle type, engine capacity, kilometer reading, gearbox type, fuel type, and fuel consumption as the variable that have significant association with log value of the used car prices. Moving to the final model diagnostics. Standardized deviance residuals approximately follow a normality, and there is no significant relationship between residuals and the explanatory variables, as the residual lie around 0 without showing any pattern. Additionally, there is no highly influential points also from this model. Finally, conclusions and recommendations. This study developed models for price prediction of used cars in Sri Lankan vehicle market from a survey conducted in Western Province on September 2019. The lasso model under one standard deviation of minimum lambda was selected as the best model with around 93% of R squared for prediction, inferential, and interpretational purposes. Car condition, brand, model, country, manufactured year, registered year, vehicle type, engine capacity, kilometer reading, gearbox type, and fuel consumption were identified as the most associated factors with the price of used cars. The model diagnostics work concluded that the final model satisfied all the model assumptions. In recommendations, this study can be developed by getting more data from car selling websites as well. Other than that, the accuracy of the models can be improved by a detailed unsupervised machine learning procedure like clustering with large number of data and developing appropriate models for each cluster. Further, we can extend our study to a data product like a mobile app or a website or any other digital product. That is the end of our presentation. If you have any questions, feel free to ask that now.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Elivalathan, for your nice presentation. And now paper is open for discussion. You may ask some questions or you can comment on. Right. Yes.
Since
Chandni,
no one,
you may ask a question.
yeah, since no one else is asking, I thought I should ask a question. And now, Nushika, can you tell us what made you select the gamma distribution for the GLM?
Because we are considering the price values, madam.
Yeah.
So all the values are positive values. And we have a positively skewed distribution. So we used gamma distribution as our log linear model.
Okay. Okay. I'll accept it. And also I noticed that there was a negative correlation, negative 0.6 between the fuel consumption and the years of usage. Am I right?
Yes, madam.
Yeah, you had different strata. Was it the same for each and everyone?
Yes,
You had
madam.
different brands, right? Toyota and so on, Nissan. Did you see the, I mean, like it's like wear and tear. So it was basically, are you going to say that it's more or less the same for each brand?
We didn't check for the separate brands, madam.
You have put everything together and looked at it.
Yes, madam.
It would be good to see whether there are differences, right? Because
Yes.
that will give us some useful information.
Yes, madam. Thank you.
Okay.
Any more comments or any more questions? But looking at the normal day-to-day perception of these, I was expecting from you to give a formula, this equal this, then I had to put these data and I get the best car out of that, and this brand and this capacity and this mileage likewise. But you didn't provide that. But general consensus is the Toyota brands are more popular, and there are some Benz and things now because of this tax and the what do you call this car permits has brought in. So did you find any particular brand is good, or any engine capacity is good?
No, sir. We developed a model. Actually, it's with around 38 variables, so it's quite complex model. So from that model, we can enter the values to the whether it's which brand, what is its manufactured year, registered year. Then we can get the finally its price of the car. The model is like that. We can try on several values and get the price of that car based on the values.
Are there any more questions? So we are a little bit behind the schedule, and I think we must, and thanks again, Ms. Elizabeth Tanner, for your presentation, and I must collectively thank all the presenters who have done excellent work and hard work under this new normal, and to come up and present their research work, and some are good commented and they got some feedback, and that they can think about the further research. So let me thank all of the presenters and for the excellent presentation. And I must thank all the people behind me, Dr. Saminder for technical staff, and also the research director and the university administration for coming up with a brilliant idea to go on this online or virtual conference. And otherwise, we shouldn't have been in a position to conduct this in these conditions. So thank you very much, everybody, and be safe. And thank you very much. Okay.
Yeah, before others leave, I have some announcements. One thing, I think Dr. Saminder has some small video clip that he has prepared to play. Before that, let me apologize for not being able to properly introduce you at the beginning of the session. I missed that opportunity because all of a sudden I got disconnected. But on behalf of the organizing committee, as the team convener for physical sciences, I would like to extend my sincere appreciation to you, Professor Sarath, for chairing this lengthy session. And also, I would like to thank all the authors and presenters for sharing their valuable experience, valuable research findings at this conference. And finally, I would like to thank all the participants for making this a live and very productive one, because I was really happy to see we had a good combination of, I think, papers in this session, because I could notice that, members are sharing experiences from their on disciplines. So that was a very good point. And this brings us to the end of this I would say successful 2 days conference, though we had to arrange everything all of a sudden to this online mode. But I'm very happy to see that it was very successful, and the last session was very live. Thank you very much, Professor Sarath, and please stay until the end. of the video clip.
Yeah, I must thank Chandni as well. I think I forgot her name actually. She was in charge of our section from the beginning, and she put hard work before that, even selecting supervisors, examiners. And for this, she has put a tremendous work on this. Oh, thank you again, Chandni, for your great help and very much appreciated.
Yeah, more than me, actually, online working group, I think they worked really, really hard within a week. Yeah. Thanks, Dr. Saminder. Over to you now. So thank you very much for staying till the end. Stay safe and join with us next year.